All right, we're live. I got a Binks on my lap again today, so I'm a little bit hamstrung when it comes to movement. Oops, sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop petting you. Go away, bud. I'll stop bothering him. um, I was just looking at a couple other builds. I don't know if I have a Crest of Unity. Oh, I do. Huh. Unique bodies. Unstable core. Huh. Do I have a fragment of the Enigma? Frag. I do. Oh, didn't mean to put that on. Actually, multiple LPs as well. The only downside to this build I'm looking at here, which is like Supernova, is that it's going to be great area of effect DPS, but it isn't going to be single target. Huh. This is a neat concept. It does use a lot of the items that I have, right? Like it uses these, but I don't have the I don't have Twisted Heart, I don't think. Let me look. No. So I need to kind of look at some other options then. Okay. I notice a common theme with a lot of these, depending on your setup, you are going to be using different things, but I do have prismatic. I have static. I don't think I have strands or mirage, but I do have frostbite. I have like half of the setup for this. It's one of those things that I need to really kind of find like that good good mix between single target and multi-target damage. And right now I'm mostly just running single, which is kind of the problem. Or it's just sporadic is the problem. I don't even know which one I was using yesterday. It's this one. Maybe if I had a better Mad Alchemist ladle, it'd be better. I also don't even have like my Frostbite Shackles on yet, nor like a full kit, so I'll maybe play this out just a little bit longer. I also don't have very many resistances, which is like inherently a problem with this setup. Throw that back. Set. Ooh, helmet. Brain was slow there. But yeah, that's kind of my thing. I gotta get that kind of going. But at the end of the day, I'm not too worried about it. I gotta bring some of my lap. I got a Leia snoring behind me. So I'm happy. No one here, but that's, well, to be expected. Haven't been here much the last couple days. So, oof. It's getting chilly out here now. Excuse me. All right, let's just go. Just vibing. We're okay. Might do itch.io games later just because, like, I've been looking at some of them as, quite simply just trying to figure out what I want to potentially make myself if I start dabbling in some video game creation. And so that's kind of a thing. I feel like this ability is really loud. Yeah, I'm looking at the peak. It's actually quite loud. I'll adjust that. Yeah, so we're vibing in that regard. I just gotta adjust the game sound, because yeah, it's like nearly like it's so ungodly loud comparatively to like music and such. I'll adjust this real quick. I don't want to die, so. Oh. need to adjust the extras I have as my chest armor and such, and I'll be in a much better spot. Okay. Alright, adjusted some settings again. Should be better. Strong line, okay. Oh, shit. I took off my other, offhand. Yeah, I was about to say, like, what did I do? Yeah, no, that's definitely the right swap. Because the other one's definitely, like, the one I have on currently is way stronger. All right. I think we just RNG this. It's not exactly what I prefer, but it's fine. Just trying to go quick and, well, it didn't hit. It's okay. Maybe I pick up the Cult of the Lamb Sinful pack as well. That's something I was looking at. We'll see. I'm I don't know at this point, guys. Down on myself. Down on the idea of even what I'm doing at this point. It's a lot. Hard to make a successful run at this stuff when you don't believe you can even do it anymore. And that's the hard part. I'm just lost faith in myself, I think. Which is never fun. But honestly, the only thing I can do is just keep trying. What else do I got, you know? That's kind of the weird thing I got in my head. It's just like, yeah. Used to be 20 minutes in, I'd have 30 people, 20 people here. So it's just kind of what it is. That was a mighty fall. Belt, Xerix Gwil. Cool.
Yes.
Mm. I actually like this Shades Chrono Blade a lot. Once I hit level 80. I'm hoping I can get some options to start running that up. Dang, there's a lot of people in the category right now. 1.3 people. 1.3k people in last Epoch right now. That's pretty crazy. Explain why I'm going to struggle. I basically am kind of at the point now where I've gotta try and go for as many of the mages, exiled mages, as I can. Quite simply because exiled mages can give me the extra ladles, if I recall correctly. So, and that's kind of all I'm really looking for at this point. For item upgrades, that is. Okay. Lightning resistance doesn't really help me particularly too well. Break my neck. Yeah, so this thing rotates around. Curious to see actually how many runes of ascendance I have at this point. It seems like when I use the flame or the dash, it picks up things like coin as I'm dashing, which is kind of neat. Taste of blood. Okay. Arena key. It's fine. Well, it'd be like that, I guess. Didn't think I was down that bad. Guess those 4 days off hurt me more than I thought. Really? Half an hour in, huh? Come on, Jam. Hope we're gonna have a good one, German man. Good to hear. Good to hear. I think I actually want to run all the way back up here and then cut over. I think that's the fastest way to get to that next one. Hate when these are like this, where it's like all spread out, super funky. That is a bit sad. Work or meet people? Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Well, hopefully we can use that time well. I'm doing alright, man. It's been a long couple days, to be frank. So, just trying to keep my head on straight. Nope, I'm out of mana, that's why. I was like, why can't I attack? 0 mana will do that. Body armor. Ooh, static shell. Nice. Dude, I'm doing alright. It's just another day. I like to live in the world where you took off work for the Shrek movies and she happened to just pass at the same time. I'm sorry for your loss, brother. I'll choose to live in that world. A world with more Shrek is a world with less sadness, right? Very expectedly. That's good to hear. In the sense that, like, it was not a surprise. Not that it's good to hear that she died. It's never fun. Was 5 minutes away from death a few months ago. Gotcha, yeah. So she's been hanging on by a thread since. I understand that. At a certain point, death is inevitable, right? For all of us. We all gotta die sometime. Good for her and my dad. Yeah, I get that. Certain people can't, like... can't have that closure. Right. Which is a real thing, but... No, it makes sense. I get that. Well, I wish you, the rest of your family, good wishes. I understand where you're going. How are you feeling? So, wishing them well, wishing you well. No, I get that. There is a point at which just because they're family doesn't mean they're family, right? Like, and I hate to say it like that, but there's a definitive point where that can happen. Or just because they're family doesn't mean that it's going to necessarily affect you. But if it was not for him, I wouldn't go to the funeral. Yeah, no, I completely understand. Completely understand. What's going on, Squirrel? Thank you for 25 months. I appreciate it.
I am the bestest viewer.
You are one of a handful that are here today, so welcome. And I always started streaming a little early, but I was a little surprised to see how slow it was already today. It's cold today. It is 10 degrees here, so it has been cold for me. 10 degrees Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Celsius, that'd be a warm beach day at this point. It's 5 this morning? Yeah, we were in the negative Fahrenheit this morning. It is 18 degrees Celsius in my room. What would that be in freedom units? Because I sadly don't know the difference anymore, numerically. I thought 20 was about room temperature. But I can't remember. $64? That's probably what it is in here right now. I keep my house at 68 or so, 69 in the winter just because, well, want to be like 60-ish. Okay. Yeah. I don't necessarily enjoy having a nasty heating bill. Yeah. No, that's where I'm at with it. Because it gets cold up here, right? Like, it's just gonna get cold. But on top of that, when I'm running my computer, I have a little tiny electric heater in here. Yeah, that's where I'm wearing a hoodie. I got a blanket on my lap. I'm fine. Also, my ideal temperature is like 70. So, no, I do got the dog on my lap right now. He wanted to lay with me again today. So, yeah, my ideal temperature is like 70 degrees out. So, if it's a little bit colder, oh, so be it. it gets warmer as time goes on in my room, right? As you can kind of see, I got the door half shut, so it starts to trap some of the heat in here, and by the end of the stream, it usually is pretty warm. 10 stream streak. Thank you. Thank you, Squirrel. Appreciate it. I need the streakers right now. I remember the days of 30 minutes into stream, I'd have 20 plus viewers, you know? Now I got 2. Now I know I haven't streamed the last couple days, so... And the times I did stream were a little short, so I know that's part of it. I know. That's a big part of it right now. But... no, that's my thing. Like, the wife yesterday... wife yesterday was bitching about it being like -5 out, like, or 5 degrees out yesterday, and I was like, I just threw it on. Squirrel, if you're always curious on like when I go live, you can turn on notifications via Twitch, for email or anything on when I go live, and usually those will go out about 10 to 15 minutes after I go live. Because there will be times that I am definitely off on a different time schedule. But I'm trying to get back into it. I've had a rough couple days. So. If you're ever actually, you know, curious, to always notifications. That's the best ways to check to see when I'm live. Turn on that bell and subscribe to me. No, you know how that goes. If you don't want Twitch notifications, you can always do like YouTube, because I do YouTube live stream now. And because of that, it makes it a little bit easier. A lot of people would prefer to have, you know, only one app notifying them, and a lot of people would prefer then to have YouTube, etc. So that's kind of where I looked at it all. Going forward this week, I'm going to try to get on... I work for me, not apps. I feel it. This coming week, I'm going to try to get on a little earlier, but... Or try to get on at about the same time, at least. I got up this morning, showered, did a little workout. Not much, and then showered. No, I know. I need to just get back into a schedule. The hard part is like, I've been trying to get other things done and dealing with IRL things, which generally then kind of poo-poos on my schedule. But I know that's a big issue with it all. I am getting some lag again today. Yeah. I have to ask because I'm noticing it. He says they're stress testing today. Let me check to see. Oh, that's right. The Samsung mobile events today. Yeah, Darth Micro. Yeah, I saw that. There's a lot of people on the category today, though. Because of that. I've seen Darth Micro before. Darth Micro is a YouTuber that I was recommended to check out for ARPG genre stuff. Yep, used to do Diablo 4, and then he switched over to Path of Exile and other games in the genre. Yes, yes. He grew very rapidly, though, when D4 launched. Which kind of makes sense, right? Now he's PoE for life? Yeah. I don't blame people for switching from D4. The old adage, right? Anything but Blizzard. Has anybody seen that last Flame game today? Anybody see if that went live yet? It was a roguelite auto battler. I know we talked. I played the beta, the demo one. It's out. Yeah, is it out? Okay. Maybe we play that later. What's sad is I actually kind of always wanted to try playing Minecraft Dungeons. I'm gonna add to my wish list. Oh, I have a bunch of DLC. Wait, what? Why is... Okay, so the base game is the same as the game with the Ultimate DLC bundle. Or wait, is the Ultimate DLC bundle just the DLC? It looks like it's just the DLC. Ultimate Edition comes with the game as well. Ah, okay, okay. I wish listed it. If I can type. $17. Okay. I'm just gonna check to see what the stream stuff is. Is there anybody even streaming it? Oh, there's actually quite a few people streaming it. Okay. I'll think about it. $17 is a little bit not steep, but money I don't necessarily want to spend right now. Played that in beta, it was okay. Yeah, I played the demo. It looked all right. Penny Rogues for life. My addiction is fueled. When are you buying me it, Yam? I'll try it. I've looked at it actually. It looked kind of neat. You okay, Binks? He's moving around a lot on my lap, so I'm just trying to make sure he's good. I don't like the 10 levels of it in a row. I am a poor IT professional who's way overpaid. Well, I'm a poor streamer who doesn't get paid. Forehead. No, I started Godot the other day, and so I'm actually looking at maybe doing like an incremental or a roguelike game on just create one for fun. I need something that's passion project that isn't just playing a game or video editing, right? Because like at a certain point, yes, I enjoy doing those things, but they really don't. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm accomplishing anything at times, you know? Oh, I died. Okay. Oh, the leap got me. But yeah, that's kind of my thing. It's like sometimes I just don't feel like I'm accomplishing anything when doing them. Because of that, like, I'm not just not getting anything out of it sometimes. Oh, hold on. I see the yo. What's going on, Tucker? Tucker, what platform you on? I don't have my all chat set up currently. Hold on. Streaming platform. There we go. I think you're, yeah, you are a, oh, how do I get out of that? How do I get out of the message history? I got this open. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hold on. I'm sorry. What the heck just happened? Reload. There we go. There we go. Now it's working. I can see that you're on YouTube now. Sorry about that. Here we go. I need to get the caster labs going again after the PC wipe to get like all of my stuff in one area. Or I really was hoping that cold resistance maybe? I was really hoping that Stream Elements chat would allow me to get the information from all of the chats, but it doesn't seem to, or maybe I just don't have it set up to. I could have something messed up on the setup, but you know how that can be. Increase fire DOT. Fire resist, okay, that could be nice. Elemental Nova? Okay. If I want to go Nova build, that'd be the way to go. Pick up one of those. Another idle drop. Necrotic, fire resist. Mana decoy. Okay. But no, unironically, you guys just being here is more helpful than buying me a game. I just jest. I don't ever mean it in any other way. Don't want anybody to think I'm trying to be an ass. Come on, Tyler. Sometimes honesty is not the best policy. That'd be my words of wisdom today, Tyler. Oh, okay, lag. Another day, man. How you doing? Glad to hear. Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up. Drop that. Did I pick up a junk item? Yes, there it is. How's work been, my man? You still working and you got classes? This semester of school is much harder than last. That happens sometimes. That's not a negative though either, you know? So long as it's a good hard. Just remember to prioritize learning it rather than just getting it done. I mean, that's the biggest thing I can ever recommend when it comes to like college, right? Or just like extra education period is, right? It's like it's not so much getting the A, it's making sure you understand it. Because getting the A won't matter when it comes to like actually getting a job in it so much as it matters like when you get to the interview knowing what the hell you're talking about, right? That kind of stuff. That's something like I struggled with when I was in college. It was all about just trying to like get the assignment done or, you know, any means possible. And it was not necessarily ever about actually understanding it. Yeah, the A gets the interview easier. But the skill actually gets the job, correct. Yeah, if you have a 4.0, sure, like, yeah, you might be able to get the interview a lot easier, but generally they're going to look at right through your interview if you don't actually know what the hell you're talking about. Honestly, that's one of my biggest things I wish I could go back and do, though, is just like redo school. Like start from square one, where I'm at now, and go through, because I fucked off so much, because I was doing so many hours of work, and I never actually had time. I ended up throwing away a lot of my education. But alas, here we are. Alright. The other one's way up top there. Okay. I can tell they're doing stress tests on the servers today, because holy smokes is it laggy. They gotta get a lot going. But not redo school ever. I'm just glad it's done. I don't disagree with you, but like what I mean by that is, yeah, if I didn't have to pay, etc., right? Like that's my biggest thing too. It's like, had I known what I knew now, like, I'd take it a lot more seriously because I would prioritize schoolwork over work, right? Because I just didn't have the money, so I had to freaking work a ton to pay off my school, but then I never ended up actually getting time to really do my coursework. But anyway. Where? Oh, Jesus, dude's way up here. But I also think it's important to not, like, live a life of regret, right? Because everyone makes mistakes in what they're doing, right? Where no one knows what the fuck they're doing, period, right? Oh, I would never redo high school, but it's whatever. Yeah, that's a positive then for you. The college fund helps. Make the best decision you have with the information at hand. Exactly. I'm in a spot that a lot of people wish they could be, you know? But I also think it's like I'm in a unique position where I can kind of reach back and at least tell people what I would have done differently because I'm, you know, because I do stream. So I like to try to give that information when I can. Wear resistance. 5 years, everything you do now will seem silly. Yeah, true. What I should really be doing is utilizing AI to make shorts for me and never actually do a day of work in my life and just make money raking in and off the crap that other people have done, right? God, that's become such a thing now. The amount of, like, times I see people, like, just scrolling through shorts quickly and such. The amount of people who, like, straight up just rip, like, another person's video and then add, like, a Family Guy thing beneath it, or, like, for a while there it was the philosophy quotes with the AI voiceover. And it's just like, god damn. Literally you're doing zero things. They're just ripping, like, random quotes from, like, quote of the day websites. Scraping the web. It's insane to me. Yeah, we're getting to a point now where, I mean, look at the new Photoshop. Oh boy, that was bad. The new Photoshop AI assisted, like, editing stuff. You literally don't have to edit some of your photos anymore. You just, like, highlight around it and say, change this to X. And it's pretty damn accurate. It's disgusting. But that also is included in a $70 subscription, whatever the heck it is now, to get freaking Adobe. Creative Cloud. It's insane how much Creative Cloud costs, I'm not gonna lie. I miss the old days when you could just buy something. Old man yells at clouds. But yeah, it's just disheartening with like Adobe, etc. now, how much it is. I get it, they put a lot of energy and effort into it, and sure, but they buy once, they do not always pay. Exactly. Profits. Oh yeah, I have a bunch of collector's edition game boxes from back when I was a kid when I bought that kind of stuff. I bought like the Halo 3 collector's edition box and such. Halo Reach, Halo 3. A couple others as well. I think I got the Oblivion, or not Oblivion, the Skyrim Enhanced Edition or whatever it was, collector's box, when I worked at Target. That came with like Oblivion, Morrowind, and a couple other things for PC, as well as Skyrim's like best edition at the time. What's the thing downstairs here somewhere? I have to find it. But sound like a boomer now. They don't make that stuff anymore. A lot of that kind of stuff. Collector's edition of Skyrim. Well, I could realistically be talking about last month, because Skyrim's probably released again somewhere. What's going on, Mont? I'm not sure. Just itch games in general, I was thinking. Might mess around with some. Buckshot roulette or something? Maybe. Can play the Russian variety. I was also looking at maybe like the Last Flame. Potentially, if that looked any good. Because I might play the demo again and try it out one more time to see if I want to buy it or not. But yeah, we'll see. I'm honestly trying to get ideas. Oh, nice. It's $1.20. Gotcha. No, I'm not going to buy Prince of Persia. I never really played the first one, so, or, any of them, so. Doesn't have a nostalgic value to me. I'm unironically trying to determine... Oh, boy. Dude, the stress testing today is bad, man. I'm, like, teleporting terribly when I'm trying to use my abilities. This one's a Metroidvania. I know that that's like a style of game. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what that means. It's one of those genres I just never played, or don't remember playing much of. Is it like a style of platformer? Is that what it's technically classified as? I never played Metroid. That was one of the games that I never really played. So it's an action platformer with a focus on exploration and boss progression. Okay. You gotta remember, guys. I played a lot of games growing up, but like I don't know a lot of classifications, if that makes sense. I think it's TFT time. I think it's time for you to go to bed, old man. I wasn't like distinctly thinking itch only. I was just thinking like, oh, what free games or what can I mess around with, you know? Indie stuff mostly. I was just kind of like looking around. Doesn't distinctively have to be itch, but you know. Pretty solid for you, Steve. Makes sense. I'm just mostly trying to get like, again, ideas for like what I would like to create. I feel like for a first game or two, something very basic like make an incremental game, Copium. No, I actually unironically was looking at doing an numbers go big. No, unironically I was looking at doing something like that for messing with Godot. Mostly because like I can at least get some basic ass experience with the engine, and it's not too crazy of a concept to do just a basic number go big game. Because I think something like an auto battler would be much harder in terms of actually creating a battle AI. You know, like making it so they don't just sit there and twiddle their thumbs on each other. Optimize their battle routines, etc. Though I guess you could realistically just do something as simple as go to closest enemy attack. And if you only did basic attacks and like maybe one ability, it wouldn't be too big of a deal. Okay, can I play the game? Thank you. Talking card style would be easier. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Hearthstone Battleground style would be much easier. Oh my goodness. Yeah, left. You do super auto pets. It's an auto battler roguelike. Okay. That's what the last flame is, if I recall correctly. So that's where I was like looking at potentially picking that up today. Do you want to send me that game name in DM? Otherwise I'll forget. Steam, itch. Where's it at? Elements damage. It's on Steam? Okay. Neat little concept looking thing. Gave up on game dev, but I had fun while I was doing it. No, that makes sense. I'm just... Hellfire Tactics? That actually sounds familiar. I'm more or less not looking at making a money off of it, but more or less doing it for hobby, just for fun, you know? And I think that's my biggest thing is right now, my hobbies have turned into my job and they stop being fun when you're like forced to do them sometimes, you know? And so that's kind of a big thing for me. Because, like, I enjoy editing and I enjoy playing games and I enjoy helping people, but it's hard to monetize your ideas then. We tried bowling. I'm left-handed and I got a bad shoulder in my left arm, so. I have swimmer shoulder, so overworking of my left shoulder, like my left joint, can cause some problems over time. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I stopped working out is because it was super fucking painful. I fixed it. It just took a lot of PT and energy. And it's gotten better. A large reason why I actually had the problem was because of backpacks in school. You know, when you're in school, you don't have enough time to get from class to class, so you put a ton of stuff in your bag. Well, I was basically putting way too much strain on my shoulder and caused basically to stretch out. That's basically what swimmer shoulder is. So your shoulder joint stretches out, and when you're like using your shoulder, then your ligaments and all that pinch in your shoulder, and then hurts really fucking bad. Fishing? Never been a huge fishing guy. I like hiking. That's generally my thing. We've talked about that a good bit, but it's hard to hike when it's this cold right now. You know? I can hike in like 20, 10 even is doable, but -5 is a little rough for hiking weather. If that kind of makes sense. Again, doable. Just a little bit more prep. Gotta put on the snow pants kind of deal. Ooh, LP2 drop. Nice. What's this one? Thorn Shield, 56 damage, reflected to attackers. Huh. Oh, I rolled piss low on that. Could have 90. Oh. I piss rolled on every one of these. Fuck. The only thing I didn't piss roll is the increased melee physical. Oh, whoa. That's okay. But yeah. Yeah, they're doing stress tests, I guess, today, and it's laggy as crap. So don't even bother. Could rescue animals. I've actually looked at doing like shelter work at one point. I would make 0 money, but But yeah. Yeah, no, from what someone said in the chat today, Mott, is that they're doing stress testing on the game and it is laggy, so there's moments where I'm using my abilities and they just straight up don't work and I'm like running in place. So don't play a hardcore, I'd put it that way. That bear just teleported. To get the bugs up before. Yeah, dude, same. That will kill games, man. Like, that's the thing. A bad launch can and will kill games. Well, if people like Assman Gold are planning on playing the game on launch, they need to very much overspend on servers. Because if Assman Gold plays, you'll have an extra 100k eyes, you know? Easy. You know? And if you fumble a launch like that, you're I don't want to say dead in the water, but like that and Darth are playing it. Yeah, no, there's a lot of people who are looking and watching. But like I think this is a good example of a game that had a piss launch, even for a AAA title, that never really recovered. Look at Halo Infinite. The launch of Halo Infinite was just not good. And no matter how good it's gotten post-launch, there just isn't people playing it. Like, it will always struggle because of that, right? And that's a AAA title. You bungle a launch on a you know, a indie AA release, it's gonna always struggle. Halo sucks. I like Halo. I like older Halos, at least. Master Chief Collections is good. But even MCC had a pretty nasty launch on PC, and it struggles because of that. Because all MCC is old Halos, you know? It just... On PC, it didn't have things like variable refresh rate or, like, scaling correct. Like, they didn't have 1440p ultra wide. Like, they had so many weird things that were like non-existent. They might have had 1440p. I can be corrected on that, but I know that there was a lot of weird issues. They didn't have party system working correctly. VoIP was all fucked. It's just like things that you'd expect from a PC launch, especially from a AAA developer. Now you can make arguments about 343 being AAA, AA, whatever, but it came through Microsoft Game Studios. People expect a lot. But about ass, it's not a big deal. It's one of those things that like a good launch can save you a lot on marketing in the long run, right? And that's like a pretty giant thing. I kind of have to pee, but Binks is in my lap, so I can't move. Bad launch, then use seasons to milk the franchise. Ah, the Blizzard effect. But I think the one hard thing I will say about something like an auto battler as well, Mott, if I was gonna like mess around with game dev in that regard, is that auto battlers generally you're gonna need to have like a good understanding of like of difficulty curve, right? Like an understanding of like how difficult and where people should be at by a certain point. And so because of that, I think they're kind of a rough first go. Maybe I'm wrong and maybe it would be easier than I'm thinking. What's up, bud? You want down? Thor? I've seen his stuff, yeah. I know the number one rule is just make it. Figure it out as you go. Well, Binks got up so I can go potty. I can't really agree with him anymore. It's perfect advice. Oh, yeah, no. I thought you meant, like, you can't agree with him because, like, negative. I was like, wait, what? No, I mean, that's generally it with any kind of content creation, right? Like, if you make it, someone will enjoy it. Just send it, right? It's great advice for anything creative-wise. Because, well, quite honestly, that's really the key to it all. I mean, obviously there's things you can do to help, you know, increase your chances and blah, blah, blah. But generally, if you make it, people will come. And that's just the thing, like... I think that's like one of the hardest things for anybody, I feel like, is just learning that it's okay to make shit that sucks. You're learning, right? You learn from your mistakes. Make it, people will come praise. Exactly. Hey, it worked for Amaranth. Can work for me. I watched a short, I think it was, on Amaranth getting interviewed by Anthony from Smosh. She makes 1.4 million a month. 1.4 million a month from the fan site. Her Patreon makes like 1 mil, or what's me, like 100K a month, and Twitch makes about 100K a month. Right? So you wonder why these girls that are on Twitch will do anything to like advertise their other platforms, because their other platforms make way more money. I know you don't. But I'm just saying, people always like, well, why are they doing the censor bar meta, and why are they streaming with no top on? Because you're talking about them, and you talking about them gets people to go subscribe to their OnlyFans. That's all it takes. Us talking about it right now. Tyler's over here like Amaranth OnlyFans. Oh. Same. I always say, if you got it, flaunt it. You're only young once. You only got You only got that opportunity for a short period. It's no different than stripping. Except you don't got creepy dudes that, like, spit on you. Her AI bot already exists, Squirrel. She already made, like, with zero advertising, her first day of the AI bot, I think, made, like, $36,000. I watched a thing on... I read a thing about that. She made one tweet about it existing, and she made $36,000 that first day. One tweet. Think about that. She only made one tweet because it's like, you know, it's basically she explained that it was a, she posted on her personal account, which is public, but her personal account, that, she wanted to see, like, you know, what the returns were like and blah, 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 and all that stuff before she started advertising it to get, like, benchmarks. Yeah, 36,000 one day. I was like, holy shit. And people simp you. So I think that's actually going to be one of the scary parts about AI now, is that we've gotten to a point where you can have, like, AI OnlyFans models, right? Where, like, I looked into how some, like, ad agencies were doing this. They were basically creating fake women and then advertising on, like, Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff with these fake women, and then raking in tons of money from the OnlyFans. We're going to see a point at which, like, AI girlfriends and kind of things like that, or AI companions, I think will become a real thing, and quite honestly a real problem. So one of the ones I found, you didn't even need a internet connection. It was all AI, like, the model was all downloadable and usable. It's called Focus, F-O-O-C-K-S, C-U-S. It's open source software. And you just grab trained models off of, I think it's like Creative Eye or whatever it is. One of the websites. So I was able to, like, just type in random things. I watched, like, one video on it from a programming guy that I occasionally watched. I can't even think of his name now. He's somebody that I've watched on YouTube for a good bit, though. Just generally, he's got relatively good infotainment pieces on programming in general, and I kind of like to watch that stuff still. But yeah, like, it was... yeah, I would know all the names. Or they'd know somewhat of the name. My ass is worthless with this stuff. But yeah, no, we're living in an interesting world, and there's, like, quite a few Godot tutorials that I've seen, because I watched, like, one video on how a thing works. How one thing works in Godot, right? And now YouTube is sending me millions of videos of it, right? That's how that works, the algorithm. They try to, oh, you're now watching these things, so just fucking spams the crap out of you. And a lot of the ones they recommend and suggest, right, are AI-based videos, because that's the hot thing right now. And it's quite hilarious to me how fast the YouTube algorithm will all of a sudden start swapping about because you watched one video. It's like I watched, like, a couple of videos on Pygame forever ago, right? Like when I was back in college, and I still occasionally get random Pygame videos, and I'm like, I haven't looked this up in 6 years. The hell are you doing here? YouTube's just casually over here like, you want bite? Eat it. You just gotta like hope that Papa Alphabet doesn't fuck you with it. Glacier? +1 to Glacier? Sure. Trump does not exist. Dude, I get so much political stuff even though I literally don't follow any of it because it's just rage bait. Honestly, the majority of it's just rage bait. They're just trying to get you to click on it because it is rage inducing for a lot of people. Politics are, you know, such a decisive topic. So Google, etc., knows it has a high click rate. And so Google, ABC, NBC, I mean, Facebook, fuck, you name it, Fox, everybody. It's all rage bait articles. It's all rage bait news. It's all rage bait blogs, all rage bait videos. And people click them, so they continue to put them out. I am down to like my last little bit of water. I'm gonna run upstairs, grab another. I'm gonna grab some more water. Then be right back down, and then we'll continue to play. I'm just gonna probably play this until the lag either gets better or gets so bad that I have to pivot, or we'll just play until I get bored, which I think should be a while today. So be right back, guys. Just got pee. Boy. All right, I'm back. By the way, how does the blur function when I'm not here? Does it like disappear or does like my screen stay blurred? It just doesn't have like a focus subject. Want back to Dad's lap? Or do you want underneath? There you go. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm back. Yeah, I was just curious if like that was a thing. If it stayed blurred or not. All right. All right. Just gotta pull up that guide I was looking at here. All right. I think we're fine. Oh, yeah, Darth has 1.5k viewers. Damn. It's flying right now. It's honestly a huge thing for the category to like get these eyes on the game. Nice. Yep, and then he does the YouTube videos. Yeah, no, he's a big YouTube person. From what I understood. I'm impressed by how many like Polish and other varieties are on the how should I say this? I'm trying not to be an idiot. Languages. How many different languages people are streaming this game in? For such a small game, it's got quite a large base in that regard, which is cool. Trying not to sound like an uncultured idiot when saying that, but that's for real. I'm just an idiot anyway. I think one of my neighbors got a snowblower out right now. Yeah, I can translate you and make you sound like any language you want to hear. True. We're getting to that point. It's pretty instantaneous on how fast some of these things can be done. Watching Flight in Spanish. No hablo. Lo siento, por favor. I know like the bare minimum of Spanish. So I knew enough when we were going to Spain to be able to like kind of understand what they were trying to tell me before I said that I didn't understand them. It's about the best way I can describe it. I will say though, like immersing yourself in the culture, right? Which is what a lot of people say when you're trying to learn a language. Like even being in the touristy area, you know, Gran Canaria, I came back remembering a lot more Spanish than I thought I would. Right, like when I went there, I thought like, oh man, it's been so long. Like I only took a couple years in high school, right? And when I was done, I was like, damn, I actually remember a lot more than I gave myself credit for. Just kind of neat to think about. But alas, this is what it is. Mott, are you still here or nah? I want to know if his cleaning lady ever came. The important thing to ask. Alright, finish these. I can do the next one. Ah, that's right. This is the one where I gotta kill Harriet, right? Oh. Oh, there we go. The teleport came eventually. I'm imagining this guy is trying to chaos roll a T7 or T6 or T5, something that's already maxed. I was gonna say, if you don't like owning a home, gambling is always worth it. House always wins. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's bad. Oof. That's bad, dude. I'm attacking, nothing's happening. And all of a sudden, my character just like skyrockets into the teleport. I need to create the oh gosh. The TikTok clip thing again. I need to go through and do that again. I need to go to my dashboard because I can just click the creator dashboard. I can click the What am I trying to do? What am I trying to do? Stream manager. Here we are. Going on Frosted Santa. I have that issue constantly. Yeah, it hasn't been a thing for me as frequently, but like it's bad right now. Someone in the all chat global posted that they were doing like stress tests on the servers today, and if this is the stress test, oh boy, they got some work to do. Like, I pressed the button there and it was like delayed super far. Hello? Oh, I'm out of mana. Okay. This time I'm just out of mana. Okay, I was about to say, like, what the heck's going on? It's hard to know if I'm mana locked or lag locked right now.
What brings you here?
You trying to get into the bed with your sister? Lay up, be nice. Is that better? Lay down. You guys can be nice to each other again. Come on. You guys used to cuddle all the time. Hi, Fly. No, exactly. I would expect as much. My qualm is that it wasn't very smooth every game to begin with, every day to begin with. So I still worry a wee bit. Leia! Be nice to your brother, come on. Be nice to your brother. Come on. Be nice. You guys can share the bed. Yeah. You can share the bed. Don't be a jerk. I need to get a bigger bed for them on the couch down here. Because Leia, if Leia's down here first, then she'll take the bed and then he won't lay in it. And then like constantly bitches to me about it. And it's just like, come on, guys. Just trying to play here. What's going on, Kira? Ask away. Fly, did you end up getting the Last Flame beta? Early access release today or no? D4 is gonna have constructs. I guess that means no, you're good. Yeah. So the Last Flame, which is the one demo you had me download a while back, released the early access full version today. Kira asks, I have been in the problem when I teleport, I must wait 5 to 8 seconds before I see a loading screen. Yeah, that happens sometimes. It's pretty common for me to have to wait in between loads. Some days it's much better than others. Some days it's much worse. I'd recommend, if you can, try to play on the server that's like closest to you. I know that's like a quote unquote obvious thing, but I've noticed that when I'm playing in parties with people who are, say, in Europe and I'm in NA, I get a lot worse loading screens. Oh, this guy. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, this guy's annoying. I always die to him a couple times. Just because, like, he does that big AoE and then immediately into spawning things and immediately into, and it's just like... Can I have 3 seconds to breathe, please? Prefer this over the Lagan fight, but... still not necessarily easy. Thank you. I think I could probably survive it if I just were to use an ability like that. My R. But it's just kind of a pain to have to do that every time. Especially when the teleports are being a little laggy today. Yeah, the early access is just, yeah, buy the game. Yeah. That's what I try to say, sorry. They released another beta, another, like, demo. And then they now just released the game. Oh, God, what the heck just hit me there? Oh, it's the ground things. Oh, yeah. Ah, lag. This guy's also out-leveling me by, like, 10 levels again, so... And my build's not necessarily fully capped out yet. So it adds up quite quickly. I'm dead here. Oh, never mind. Survived there somehow. The only downside of this guy is that he drops pot, like the boss and his minions drop pots a lot, which is kind of nice. Like, whereas some fights I just straight up don't get health pots. Like, I feel like the Harriet fight, I don't get health pots very much, if at all. Yeah, see, like, that should be longer. But the game had has a lot of potential, but a long way from being the next Slay Spire. Yeah, that was kind of my thought as well. I was just curious if you had bought it or not. I mostly just... No, dude! Oh! Ah! So close, man. When it takes that long to kill him, to let him, like, to die on that low of health because I looked over is so frustrating. I'll see if if I get a chance, I'll check to see if like the next demo had more to it or not. Because that is the hard part, yeah, like when a demo is a little more shallow. I do own Hayden already. And I will say the nice thing about Hayden is, like, I don't think they spent as much energy on the graphical aspect of the game, right? Whereas, like, the Last Flame seemed like they spent a lot of their energy on graphical fidelity, which is fine, but not something I particularly care about in the same way. Okay, so I can tank one of those. Like, I would rather play a pixel-based game with a lot of potential for replayability. So that's kind of my thing. Like, for instance, the Tiny Rogue games. Like Tiny Rogue. Very, very minimal... very, very minimal art, right? Just very, very pixel. Which is not a problem, right? But I think that in and of itself is a better recipe for a roguelike to take. Focus on gameplay and not so much the other stuff. I can't freaking teleport in this place. It's annoying. I played Hayden a good bit on the Steam Deck, and it's actually a pretty good Steam Deck game. I would stray so far to say it's perfect. I feel like it's got definitely some issues, but it's fun. The create your own character stuff in Hayden is really kind of nice. It does allow for some better potential long-term gameplay. I wonder if it's just this area or if it's the lag that's causing me to not be able to do abilities. Because I keep getting flipping cock blocked when I'm trying to use my flame rush. The challenger character is cool too. Yeah, no, like I like that kind of stuff. Because again, it gives you more reason to play. Gives you something to do. It's why I really liked Slay the Spire's weekly challenges back when I was playing STS a ton. There we go, finally. The weekly challenges help add something to it, you know? And honestly, games like that need that, otherwise they become stale. Even, like, and the funny part is, like, a lot of those, right, like the weekly challenges and daily challenges, you just turn on an RNG. You just do a number generator, right? Like, so you have, it doesn't even necessarily always have to be great. You just go, okay, there are, you know, I don't know, 25 like different modifiers at maximum you can have, and you just go through and just say, okay, I want 5 of these style, 2 of these style. It doesn't matter. Like, you just RNG it. Who cares? Very much as possible. But no, if I'm just gonna get into Godot a little bit and mess around with character creation, game creation and all that kind of stuff, like I like to have some base concept ideas that I'd like to try to do, and so that's where I'm kind of just looking at like different games for inspiration and kind of look around and see what happens. Honestly, the things like Luck Be a Landlord and all that kind of stuff where they basically just take like already establish like gambling games and then make them into roguelikes is a very, very Baltaro simple concept. You're just taking an already made thing, right? Like you're not recreating the wheel. And the hardest thing with something like Baltaro is just making sure you don't make something that's just obscenely broken. But that's something that you can get community feedback on and adjust, right? Like, let's say you're not necessarily that great. Give him a Pokemon roguelike. So if you're willing to download a ROM, I already have one that you could play. Yeah, Emerald Rogue. Yeah. Didn't like it, to be honest. Oh, I thought it was really good. I think it comes down to, like, when you picked it up. Because I am playing on a, probably, it depends, you know? Like, I'm on a different version, potentially, even. I thought it was pretty good. There's so many systems that remove the roguelike element of it. Valid. But I think a lot of it can still be like, I like the fact that they give you the option to kind of choose what you want. But yeah, before I forget. Hate not having a random starter more than anything else. I think the problem is that some starters are legitimately fucking worthless. Like some Pokemon, like if you got RNG'd into certain Pokemon, it's just Skill Link Cloister. Woo! Just the thing for me is like getting Magikarp as your freaking starter, or some that are just like legitimately impossible to play would be quite bad. But then you also have to go through and like, you know, I don't know. I think it's a pretty good little game though, especially for it being a ROM hack, which is still at the end of the day like limited in scope. Too many roguelikes just end up being grind the game enough that this game becomes too easy. Yeah, that's valid. I like the idea of infinite replayability, but I hate the idea of you only can infinitely replay an easy game then, or make it hard on yourself, which I understand. The thing I have a hard time with is like, it's a Pokemon game, right? So it wouldn't be much of a Pokemon game, even if it is a roguelike, if you couldn't at least at some point, you know, like catch Pokemon and like utilize the ones you've caught and have shinies and things. Like, you'd just be taking too much out of it, in my opinion. I like Nuzlocke challenges. Nuzlocke's fun. I've never been super big into it all. But, I still play Pokemon Go on occasion. I don't play much for mainline games. Nuzlocke is pretty much a roguelike, to be honest. I mean, you're not wrong. And so the nice thing to me about like Emerald Rogue is that if your Pokemon dies, it's dead, right? It's basically just taking ideas of Nuzlocke, right, and implementing them into a hard standard. So that was my biggest thing that I liked, is like there was times where I'd end up getting nearly wiped, and then I have to go through and try to rebuild my setup, rebuild my composition based on garbage that I got in the next 2 jumps, right? I do think that was a fun enough game though, fly if you're looking for a roguelike Pokemon. The hard part is like at a certain point, right, you can't sell. You can make, you can't sell a roguelike Pokemon, right? And even then, Nintendo might still DMCA you for having created a fan game. Right, and that's the hard part. Nintendo is notoriously litigious. Which makes it kind of difficult to make even fun games for fan games. I mean, I get it to an extent, right? Like, you have to protect your IP and blah, 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 but, like, there is also a point at which it's just more Japanese customs than anything. Because even Sony in the past has been quite anti-consumer with a lot of that stuff. But anywho. Rune Master still feels pretty fun. Okay, get out of here. So should I do more with it? No, and that's the biggest thing, right? I mean, look at the last handful of mainline releases for Pokemon. There really ain't much in the way of innovation. And yeah, it's a lot to just shake my head about. That isn't their IP. That isn't like Pokemon mainline. Like, it's a Pokemon game, sure, but that was literally they just took Ingress, I believe it was, and just made it into a game for Pokemon. Which, sure, it's good. I still play Pokemon Go. How many years people have been clamoring for a Pokemon MMO? For sure. Poke MMO does have both a Android and PC version, by the way. Poke MMO. It is a fan game. Surprised that hasn't been nuked yet, to be honest. There was also a Pokemon Auto Battler that was being messed with. Called Pokemon Crown, I believe. It was very much like a rudimentary concept that, very early on in the concept creation of it all. But it was pretty good. They only had one gym battle type deal. But I actually quite enjoyed it. Most innovative thing they've done was Arceus. Yeah, and that's the thing, though. It's they innovated with Arceus and then just, for the next mainline release, did nothing with it. And it's just what? And for how many years people have been, clamoring for another, pixel-based game, right? Pixel art-based game, just because, some people prefer that style, or because nostalgia, etc. Pokemon, yeah, that was a, God, what's the, Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Unite is what you're referring to. It's a fine game, but it's Omega pay to win. Omega pay to win. Why is it forbidden to make a fancy belt? You know, these are the questions we need answers to. Go into the dev stream and ask that. And if they don't respond, they're hiding something. Isn't this the first big open world mainline game? So Arceus was open world. And sure, this one's open world as well. But did you look at like the textures and the graphics, and a lot of things are just pretty bad. Pretty bad. From like a player perspective. Now you can make some arguments that, yeah, it's the Switch and the Switch is, you know, blah, 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 but like, it's one of those things that like you have on the Switch games like Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, right? Look great. And then you look at like the newest Scarlet and Violet, right? And it's just like, really? This is what we got? That's partially why I haven't like done anything Pokemon related in years or bought anything Pokemon related in years. I can't. I vote with my wallet, right? And I always have, and I try to continuously do that. No matter how much I want to play a game or what have you. Like, yeah, sure, I'd love to get through Diablo 4's story, right? Because I'd love to see, like, to play through the story of the next Diablo franchise, because I like really enjoyed D2, and D3 story was fine. I thought the cinematics in D3 were pretty good. But it's not necessarily the graphics. It just seems like the lack of trying, like of effort. It's yeah. It just it's just a continuous like scratch my head moment whenever I look at like the newer Pokemons. Am I supposed to be doing? Nope, I've got this right. Okay. Making sure I wasn't messing up something and didn't have something done when I should have. So I want to up this to 1 and do this 4, this 4, or this full. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, it could be much worse, right? Like, so I can't complain too much. At least they are releasing games. They could be not. A lot of mine is just like, a lot of my complaints are, I think, more founded in the fact of like, just what are they doing, you know? Damage per point, area per point, doesn't scale with damage allocated. Yeah, I'm kind of in a shit mood today, guys, so my apologies if I'm Debbie Downer. That's just what it is. Had a rough night yesterday, so. But at this point, I feel like Rune Master, I've got a good enough understanding of, and I can see how this can go a lot farther. Simply because I'm not relying, like, in general, right, like Rune Master, I'm not relying on minions to do all of what I need them to do. And let's be real here, minions are oftentimes not the most reliable in terms of their aggro and their positioning, and you know, sure, I'm exploding them, so it's like I'm only really relying on where I'm placing them spawn wise. But there's still, you know, the question of like, are they going to even be remotely close to where I need them to be? You know, the figuring out the potions issue. But yeah. I don't know. More Detective Pikachu. You just want more Ryan Reynolds is what I'm hearing here. Which I don't blame you. What did I end up with Weaver's Will? Will Deadpool 3 be any good? I imagine so. Ooh, Frostwall +2. Ooh. I really should use Frostwall something at that point. I don't know. I'm going to get to like a higher level and then I'm going to try to find like a better endgame build. Because I don't think this is going to last very long. I think it'll be fine. The hard part I have with Runeweaver is like as you get into certain builds, all about correct repetition. In terms of getting out the correct setups combo wise. And so there is kind of a little bit of a do I want to deal with this? I don't necessarily want to play one button builds only. But there is a part of me that says, remember, we got to do X, Y, and Z thing then. We all want more Ryan. Valid. Where's my freaking cursor at? There we go. The amount of, what is it? Which one does he own now? Mint Mobile? I think it's the one that Cons uses, I think. The amount of advertisements I get from him for his mobile phone service provider is insane. Kind of makes sense though at a point, like if you are a famous person, you know, advertise with your face for minimal budget. I want to say it's Mint. I have to look, but I think it's Mint. A good background song for video. Good luck. YouTube's sound library is pretty good if you want it to be monetizable. They say you can't have it all. Look at Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds and Hugh, and I got lost, yeah. Monetizable means nothing to me. Generally, YouTube will... From how I understood it is, YouTube prioritizes stuff that doesn't have, like, copyrighted sound at times. But I don't know if that was a load of shit that I just, you know, bought into. Regardless, YouTube's sound libraries are pretty good. If you go to YouTube Studio, hold on. I don't know if you have this, but maybe you do. So if you go to YouTube Studio and then Creator Music, you can view free tracks. Then you can actually do based on the mood, which I actually like. Or genre. Sound effects? Oh yeah, then they have the audio library for sound effects, etc. as well. This is generally where I get it. Because you can just like, let's say you well, you can go genre. There was was it on this one or yeah, you can do based on like genre, etc. I'm not in that beta sadly. You have this audio library at least. Yeah, the audio library is something, but otherwise like dance electronic, right? But this one sucks. It's not terrible. If you're gonna do like background house stuff anyway, does it really matter? You know? But otherwise just Google. It's gotta be good house, Smudge. There is no good house, buddy. I just. If it doesn't feature the process. No. What was the old one that everyone used? Gosh. I can't think of the name of it now. The one, Alan something or another. God, I can't think of the name of it now. God, I can remember the fucking tune, but I can't think of the name of the song. No, not NCIS. No. Fuck, don't make me Faded by Alan something. Don't make me look it up. Oh, I said red NCIS. NCS. I have no idea what NCS stands for. The NCS channel that hosts the video. Oh, God. I can look it up. Now you got me thinking about it. God, every tutorial video in the mid-20 teens had it, okay? It's Alan Walker. Yes, Faded by Alan Walker. Thank you. You know exactly what song I'm talking about. Every tutorial video in the 20 teens had that song on it. So if it doesn't have it, I ain't listening. Ooh, it's like good boots. I mean, it comes down to what's the mood, right? Like, what the heck are you trying to produce? Is it a tutorial video? Is it a, you know, like, generally if it's a tutorial video, then I prefer to have limited to no music or very, very, like, background music. Music's more to cover up the sped up gameplay part. Gotcha. Where it's like 500% speed with no audio. So I've actually done this before, and this is a little trick I've seen people do. You take game audio of you like fighting, right? From that 500% speed area, like me, right? Like that the auto attack that I have here, and just like speed it up slightly, so like maybe to 125%, and just play that underneath it with some like background. Oh god, I can't. What the fuck is this? I can't see anything. With some background music. Too late. The audio's gone as fuck. Well, just literally record yourself shooting at a wall for 5 seconds. I don't care. That's still a good way to do it, though. It doesn't even have to be remotely close, man. It's just a cover up for the thing. You can take something completely different with different enemies. You can be standing here in this. You can just do this for 5 minutes. Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Another forbidden fashion. Oh god. These aren't forbidden. These are bidden. Squirrel, let's not get into that. I don't think that's gonna go anywhere good. I'm asking you to lip sync, yes. Lip sync these nuts. Wrecked, nerd. Squirrel. This is not a topic that will lead to good things for anybody. Unless you're talking about our corporate overlords, then yes, they're evil. I mean, Bezos is a great person and would never do anything bad to hurt me. I am not under duress. This is all stated with my own free will. Bezos is a great leader. Alright, so I gotta kill a dragon here. Cool. Shh. Don't give away his industry secrets. He'll find you frosted. And he'll make sure you're the frosting next. You little shit, stop dodging me. Swerve this. Like the Elon Musk thing where he killed a bunch of monkeys? Sorry. Or the whole brain chip thing he was trying to do? I thought that was under animal rights violation proceedings or some shit. I'd have a chip put in me. We're not talking like potato chip right now, Mott, alright? And not your mouth, okay? Though I could use some potato chips in my mouth right now. SAO HUD? SAO, SAO, SAO. Sword Art Online? I never played Sword Art, so... Sorry. It's... MMOs.exe has stopped working. Don't watch it, just know it's awful. Okay. Zero out of 10 anime. Good to know. Hope for nanobots that will go through and repair your arteries and stuff. That is some actual cool tech that might exist soon. Not in that regard, but like... We are not far off from like robot doctors. Or robot, like, you know... Think they'll tickle? I don't know. You got mites inside of you right now, do they tickle? Or is that just the math? Well, no, robot doctors already exist. I'm saying just like to the scale of like you go in for a surgery and there's no people and it's just all machine automated. They have that? I'm not surprised. Sorry, I live in America. I can't afford that. I'm only doing it if they have little cute faces on them. Valid. Heard they made a man-made protovirus thing that can zero in on specific cancer cells. Yeah, I mean, the thing is we're already really advanced in a lot of that stuff when it comes to like targeted treatments, etc. I got a buddy who works in, how should I say this? He is one of the upper echelon of a cancer hospital in Detroit. Known him for years through CS:GO and such. And it's just, he tells me all the crazy shit they do because they're on the bleeding cutting edge all the time. Let's see more automation in the diagnostic and preventive care areas of medicine. For sure. I mean, they already have things where you just go into a freaking, you know, your local grocery store and get your blood pressure checked. Right? Why is it that I need to go into a doctor's office an hour and a half early to wait in the room for the doctor to see me, only to have a nurse like perform some very basic vital scans? There's no reason. It's just money. That's also a thing here. If you go overseas, you know, get a full body scan for low cost. Yeah, I know. Go to Taiwan or something and you can get it for nothing. So we need the chip. You already wear the chip if you have an Apple Watch, you know? It's really not that different. But yeah, no, a guy from high school I know, married a Taiwanese girl. Your ligma levels are high. Yeah. The new ones had to remove the chip. Valid. I forgot about that. They're under lawsuit right now. Dr. Sugma tells you your ligma levels are low. What a time to be alive. But yeah, no, so basically they went over to see when they don't take the patient seriously. I mean, yeah, the amount of women in my life that I've known to basically get told, you're faking it, or it's really not that bad. And it's just like, what the fuck do you mean? Or for a long time, men with depression, it's fine. You're okay. Toughen up. But anyway, to go back to the story I was kind of trying to say, but my brain gets distracted. He went over to visit her parents in Taiwan. And they got basically like a full body exam, cancer screenings, everything for like a couple $100. Oof, yes. Nurses can be some of the worst, all I'm gonna say. I'm sorry to hear that happened to your mom, brother. She went into full shock. Yeah, not fun. Not fun. Oh my goodness, I am lagging pretty bad today. Stop bitching, this is my normal gameplay. Sorry, some of us don't run on a shit stick, okay? I got a 3080 Ti, alright, motherfucker? I should be playing this at 100 FPS plus. And I don't even have minions right now to, like, for people to blame it on. It's not bad you're faking it. Your mom's faking it. They go get it treated somewhere else. Yeah, no, exactly. Love you, Mott. Don't leave, please. Bye. Hey, man. If you're in the doctor's office and need Advil, you better be ready to pay $75 for 2 freaking 200 milligrams. That's normal, right? I'll bring my own meds. Don't worry. Don't give me the antiseptic. Just operate on me raw. A lot of it, Squirrel, is honestly just tax write-offs. A lot of the doctor's offices can basically just, like, state that, you know, they ate, quote-unquote, $40,000 in cost because of XYZ patient, insurance only paying for, you know, 3,000 of it or whatever, of the $43,000 bill. And it's just an absolute scam. I think, honestly, a lot of the reason why at this point is that so many people are brainwashed into thinking that our healthcare system is great. You go watch certain news networks and people will sit there and hammer about how great the US is and how great this is and how great this is. And I'm like, have any of you actually had to go to the doctor's office here? When the insurance company owns the hospital, and it happens a lot, or the hospital owns the insurance company. Like, in what fucking world can insurance companies say, yeah, the operation was supposed to cost 100K, source me, but they only charged them 5? Yeah, exactly. Oh no, it's exactly the same thing, Fly, when it comes to like education and all those things, right? It's much easier to fearmonger people into like not changing anything so we can spend $80 trillion on defense budget every year while fucking kids starve every single day in the US. I mean, that's literally the art system too. You do realize that, right? That's art. Money laundering through art. That's how that works. It's a whole other scam. That's why oftentimes the in art, artists' value goes up when they die, right? Because then it's a finite source, so you can fix the market. There's very few artists that are actually like, you know, Banksy or whatever. There are some artists that definitely like legitimately deserve the thing, and this is not pooing on artists, it's pooing on the industry surrounding it. Oh no, 100%. 100% Squirrel. It's the whole system at this point. I think there's definitely the worst of the two evil at times, right? But the greatest rapper alive is probably bagging your produce. I mean, 100%. I always loved the quote that the cure for cancer was actually inside of the brain of the Afghanistan kid that we blew up last week. Something to that effect. That's not me condoning drone strikes on nations by any means, by the way. But it's kind of the concept, right? Rerolls, no. It really makes no difference. I will say there is, I can at least argue a difference in the sides at which people are voting, Like when you look at like who's voting for what, there's I think a differentiation. But generally, no. At the end of the day, they care more about keeping their own pockets lined at this point because of lobbying, etc. The honest politician has been long gone. Even locally, when you can still get tons of kickbacks and things. Exactly. It's social issues that they're engaged on. And that's the thing. It's like, to me, I will always fight for social issues, etc. But at the end of the day, like, there's not a whole lot I can like personally do. At the end of the day, they care more about lining their pockets, again, as I said, members of Congress, etc., than they do about anything else. I mean, the last honest attempt at even looking at healthcare was the Affordable Care Act, and that got gutted by Congress almost fucking immediately. And then people bitch about it because it isn't doing what it was doing what he promised and all these things because nothing actually got fucking passed. Some of the core concepts and ideas of it were great, sure, but nothing actually got done because of it. At the end of the day, more people my age care about trying to fucking survive and own a home than they do care about all these other issues that are, you know, prevalent because of the issues. No, exactly. Well, that's the thing. It's like, no matter what, to get it passed, it was never going to work, right? Because at the end of the day, it was stripped entirely by Congress. Now BCBS. I don't know what BCBS is. I'm gonna be honest off the top of my head. Acronyms are hard. Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, I know a lot of acronyms, but it's hard because jumping between industries, acronyms generally like aren't defined super well. That's worse. And like 90% of the market, yeah. And I'm curious. Who owns UCare? Because that's the cheapest shit I could get. Hey, I made a good choice. Independent non-profit healthcare plan company. Maybe it actually won't be completely shit forever. That's relatively cheap too. That's a nice thing. But and then it continues to prop up the health insurance industry is bound to fail, ammo. Yeah. Well, it's like at this point, right? What Congress has in the U.S. Congress has what some odd 90% revote rate, right? People will revote in the people that they complain about every single time. Something like that. What's the? I can't remember. Back in like the teens when I was actually paying attention to that stuff. 20 teens. That was when I was really in my I want to do a poli-sci major phase. But then I realized how fucked the system was and just realized it wasn't even worth my time. I'd spend years of my life just yelling at a wall. Correct. At the end of the day, the president can only do so much, especially because here in the States, up until, what was it, Trump? People really didn't use the executive order very much. Right? And so, at a certain point, nothing was gonna change based on your president. It's actually almost entirely based on congressional. George Bush Jr. Yeah, valid. A lot of Bush's setup was mostly for the war, I believe. But again, I was very young. What do you mean, the Saudi-backed terrorists that destroyed the World Trade Centers? So we have to then jump into Iraq and Afghanistan? Makes sense. But that's a whole nother topic that still boggles my fucking mind. But never forget, yes, then that's the thing. I think at the end of the day, it allowed them to consolidate the power. It was not required. At that point, nearly anybody in Congress would have voted for war efforts, right? Because of the tragedy. And yes, it was a tragedy, and I'm not arguing against that. It's what came of it that is so fucked. The TSA that lets through some odd like 90% of threats when actually checked. Things that take away your freedoms that allegedly we had. Anyway. It's one of those things there's no... Sadly, there's nothing we as, you know... What's in here? All 7 of us in the chat right now. Nothing the 7 of us can do. It's kind of just yelling into the void, sadly. On a more happy note, the Rune Master is still doing quite well for me. We're not French. Our country doesn't riot in the streets for some reason. We all just type online and think things will change. Correct. Correct, Fly. I still get very annoyed with the idea of defunding a public good in the USPS. when I just went and sent a package to RMA my RAM for like, I think it was some odd like $6. And I looked and it was going to cost me like $15 through FedEx. But I digress. What you guys did, you made me talk about things I don't like to talk about on stream. You've used the cynical position I'm in today because of out of stream issues. So my inability to control my inner rage, talk about politics, and the failing U.S. It's going to get to a point where things I think are going to change. There's, I think, a whole generation of people that will never own a home now, due to things like BlackRock and things. You are correct on a fundamental level that people are generally... Oh, that's, yeah, that's the thing. It's only going to get worse. You just want to rent? I think a large thing of it is that you can't do anything but rent in certain areas of the U.S. Can't feed or house their families that they might. I mean, are we really that far off? In a lot of places? You know? There's a lot of places in the U.S. that have pretty severe poverty levels at this point. But yeah, I mean, like, for a lot of people my age, maybe a little younger, maybe a little older, owning a home is near impossible. So a lot of people just have given up and just resided in the idea of renting, etc. Now, there is definitely people who would rather never own a home and rather rent in the big city, but I think that's a different sub-demographic, right? But then you can still argue that, like, they can't afford to buy an apartment or whatever in, say, downtown X, Y, or Z place. But I mean, if I'm being real, I got incredibly lucky that my wife started working young. And we were able to get into places at a young age. There's no way in hell I'd be making anything of myself if I was single. I know. Only something that shifts with generations. And that's valid too. Like certain people, I mean, I would argue a large majority of my generation wants to leave. If they want to own a home, they want to. There's a lot of people who want to leave the U.S. Would rather try to travel Europe. Would rather try to do all these other things than go from there. I have a kind of uniquely different viewpoint considering I'm from the Midwest. And the Midwest is, I think, uniquely different in terms of overall market and scale and things like that when it comes to home ownership and home pricing and cost of living, etc. Like, yeah, I've got it. It's -10 outside, sure. You know, during the winter, like last night, I think it was down to like negative teens. But because of that, like, there's less people that want to move here, and therefore just more housing available. But I think Minnesota's, I don't want to say the same size, but in rough words, similar in size to like Germany, right? Minnesota has like 5.7 million people, and Germany has some odd, like 60 million, 80 million. I don't even know how many people Germany has living in it now. Right, so population density is a big difference too. Wyoming.
Oh, yes.
Big difference in that regard. All experience a population reduction though? Yeah, generally because people can't afford to have children, and on top of that, housing costs, etc. I think a time in the world where you can make a decision to travel without being super wealthy. Valid. I still say it's expensive. But I would agree. It's now getting cheaper. Commercial travel is a lot cheaper now. Expensive, yes, but possible. Yes, yes, yes. Whereas it wouldn't have necessarily been possible previously. Especially with remote work being a thing. Yes. Yes, there's a lot of people I know who would rather travel and do remote work. Like my buddy just got full work or remote work from home now from Thomson Reuters finally. After COVID. That was, you know, the thing during COVID. Now it's finally back. So he's all excited about that. And that's one of the reasons why my wife one of the reasons why my wife continues to say, like, I'd rather you do this and just help me out with housework, etc., is because I do have the flexibility to, like, if I really needed to still stream. Like last time we went to LA, right? When I went to LA with her, I streamed in LA while she was in her classes, right? And then when she got off, I ran and we did things. You don't have that flexibility if I'm working a lot of more traditional 9-to-5s. Right. One of my engineers in Japan for the next 2 weeks, working some days. Lucky bastard. I'd like to get to Japan eventually. Mostly for, like, honestly, the retro tech aspect of it would be super freaking cool. Like, to get an actual Famicom and all these things and, like, then bring them back would be super cool. Me and wife talked about going to Greece and doing like a small Mediterranean like cruise recommended by one of her one of the people she knows that's from Greece. One of those more historic tours. Like it was like a week long cruise, but you docked in like all the different places, you know, Santorini, Rhodes, all that kind of stuff. And it was like $600 for a week. I was like, that ain't much. Probably like 5,000-6,000 for us to do the whole trip. It was about 1,300, I think, per person to get flights out to Athens, and then I think if we take extra time, less time, etc. That was something we talked about now. No, I didn't think it was bad. To be honest, I've just been in like kind of a shit mental space to like try to think about some of this stuff, like traveling. I don't know why, but it's just been mentally all over. Well, I do know why, but I don't need to bore you guys with the conversation of it. And so because of that, I've just been like struggling to actually like want to. But yeah, I think we're gonna try to get something going. So I think that'd be a good time to get out to Greece. That was what I initially wanted to do for our honeymoon, is go to Greece, but end of the day, it was just so much cheaper to go to Hawaii. So because of that, that's where we ended up going. Now, I'm not saying anything negative about our time in Hawaii. I loved the Big Island, and it was a very good experience. 10 out of 10 would recommend if you're from the States and want like a good tropical vacation. But also, it's one of those things of like, we went to the Big Island for the Volcano National Park and all the hiking, and on top of that too, like I learned a lot about Hawaiian history when I was there. Did a lot of the like more historical things. We were like one of a handful of cars at a native Hawaiian oh gosh, what is it called? Basically that's not Neolithic, whatever it is. Anyway, old Hawaiian native site, city, and we were one of the few people there. And when I looked it up, all it talked about is how good the snorkeling was at that place during certain times of year. It didn't talk about any of the cool history of it. And I was like, this is super cool. Anyway. So now you have two, you struggle. Yeah, I remember like I've seen some kids, some people, some young adults from like my high school, etc., that have like multiple kids now, and I just I couldn't even imagine trying to pay for all that. It's a totally different world now, yeah. Honestly, the biggest thing is a lot of the things you like nowadays, technology, etc., is like all the things you, I don't want to say are required, but expected to have, like all these high-tech baby monitors and all these things. That's so freaking much money. It's crazy. I guess mouse update. We caught one and I threw it away. And no signs of them today. Diapers, except for 10 times more now. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Yell loud enough. Armor, yeah. I yell pretty loud, and sometimes you guys don't hear me. I jest. That was a flight as a baby joke. Wife just texted me. Saying that we need an updated photo from a spot that we've gone to a couple times when we've been dating for photos, and not gone there specifically for photos, but just have been at the place and taken a photo a couple times. And she took a photo, it was like 2 years ago. And yeah, it was just like, we need to do an updated one. I'm like, dang, it's been that long already. To hide the bodies? Yeah, sorry. Gotta make sure they haven't resurfaced. Gotta dig those graves deep, guys. This one shot the... Yep, I did, okay. Yeah, the beard this time of year is to cover the dry spots where the other face starts to peel off. Confirmed. So I could probably upgrade, well, this and these. Okay, I've got some work cut out for me in terms of upgrades. I'm gonna relaunch game though. I'm starting to get some lag. Ah. Tell chat PoE2 will be the new WoW killer. Every day. Is this the D4 killer? Is this the PoE killer? It's like, shut up, dude. No one gives a fuck what you're saying. Just enjoy the game. You're the new chat killer. What? Oh, I got right in, so player diff, I guess, for me and Mott. We call that sewer slide these days. Closest thing to killing WoW, and I very briefly had a higher membership. I have heard that. That was a popular game. Llama! Llama, 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 llama. I knew quite a few people who played Final Fantasy XIV. I personally never did, but I know of them. Yeah. The infamous suite, if I recall. Is that the thing you're referring to? Played for a bit, it was alright. My cousin played it for a while. Final Fantasy 14. I remember the one thing he told me though was that like he waited for like ever to get a plot of land to build a house because that was like a big deal. And like they had limited land allotments or something. And so you had to like get in a lottery queue for it or something. It was like super odd, and I was like, wouldn't that just be like a thing that you just normally have? But I don't know, man. I don't know MMOs. Is it like scarcity for the sake of scarcity? I'm not sure. Oh, that's a good attunement ring. If I need an attunement set up, that's good. Frozen, how you been today? Any game dev get done, or kind of just chilling like a villain? What are you up to? I mean, if you're rich enough, anything's possible, Squirrel. Text on screen at all times, nice. It was always moving around when I tried to tie it to the camera. Interesting. So, like, you weren't able to have, like, a static object? Or you finally figured it out at least now? I don't know anything about Game Maker, so I legitimately have no idea how that would work. I also don't know how you like have the player UI set up for the camera, etc. I know you sent me the thing. I have yet to actually give it a good look over. Sorry. Oh, hello? Okay. Well, that was a weird little lag hiccup there. Ah. Okay. Okay. So you're basically... So you basically then have to...
Yes.
Interesting. I mean, I understand it. So you have to basically... Okay. Okay. You just have to go through and, adjust how, depending on what scene / room you're in. Which makes sense. In the little bit I've messed with the Godot, I really like its setup. The last large coding project I did was Python, so it's similar enough. And the built-in IDE is actually pretty decent. I haven't had too many issues with messing with it so far. But I think that's what I'm going to do tonight after I stream, is I want to mess with that, I think, for a little bit. That or some video stuff again. We'll kind of see. Kind of see how I feel and what I end up doing. We're making some very, very basic barbacoa tonight for dinner, so I'm kind of excited about that. Oh, can you... Hello? Thank you. Want to cast the ability, please? That could be nice. Sure. Yeah, if you want to send me it. Don't mind if you show it. Okay. I'll critique it really hard. Blast it. We're not talking about pornos, alright, brother? That can't be on my stream. Shatter my confidence. What confidence? Also compare it to WoW. Okay, cool. I'll compare it to this, actually. How this is gonna... Like, that game you're making is gonna be a PoE killer. And the last Epoch killer. I can just tell at times when I'm like right clicking and it's just taking a second. Yes, and every other small indie game, correct. Oh, hello. Thank you. Lightning blast. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Bro, don't you dare buckshot me. Jerk. Every time for 15 years? Yeah. DM'd on Discord? Okay. If it's a picture of your wiener frozen, you're banned. You know that, right? Give me... Man made a video game all about his wiener. MMO addicts are a totally different breed, my man. It's actually insane to me how, like, addicted people can get to MMOs. I kind of get it, right? It's meant to be like super... Oh. Sweet. A super addictive gameplay loop, right? Pre-alpha 2.0. Potentially dangerous, you don't say. Okay, so you have an options CMD file. Or configuration settings file. Okay, it works with both WASD. Can I attack somehow, or is there no attacking? How does... Not at all. Okay. This is a design choice, or you just haven't implemented it yet? I hit a switch. I hit another switch. Oh, that man has an angry face. That's gold, I think, right? Another switch. Enemies are invulnerable baddies. Okay. We didn't have to tell me they have big booties. That's a dead end. Okay. Is one of your upgrade options going to be a bigger field of view? There you go. Okay. Okay, so gold just keeps spawning. Is there an objective here? Is there an exit? What is my objective? There's no gold counter yet. I noticed that. Am I trying to find every switch, or like... Oh, okay. Bottom left corner. All right. I did not see that. So is that you're attempting to make it so that it stays put? 4 levers, remove the gate at top right. Okay. Yeah, I would add like a gold symbol next to it for sure. Definitely a thing I'd add. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Well, pre-alpha 2.0. Nope. Hey, you want me to roast you, motherfucker? I assume this will be your purchasing area, or... Also, the hitbox seemed a little large. But no, I think it's great. You got something going here. It all starts somewhere, right? Feel free to post this in like off topic or something of the sort if you wanted. If you wanted like more feedback. Scroll up a bit in the messages. I sent you a map. I can't cheat. That's cheating. I just want the monsters to hit me. I just want to check something one more time. Little markers on the ground supposed to guide you. I'm not seeing any markers on the ground. I think it's just a texture. That's a penis. This is a penis. You sound like these? Supposed to be a stick? Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, this stick. Yeah, those are penises. You can't tell me otherwise. All right, well, cool. Do you just have enemies tracking? Field of view, enemy aggro range, speed, enemy health, armor, things you can manipulate. Okay, cool. Oh, they're just moving to you if you're close enough. What about laser beam eyes? Always laser beam eyes. Last Epoch has laser beam arms with disintegrate, so yes. It's close. Damn it, now I have to add it to mine. See? Make that cost like $10 IRL. That's the Blizzard way. They'd be proud. Or you can make it 2 small payments of $6.99. Demon Hunters literally have an ability called I-Beam. There you go. Today I learned. You know, just copy Blizzard's good things and leave out the bad things and you'll be a billionaire, forehead. Solution to endless level 1 farming of resources. What do you think? Looking at like putting a hard cap on like putting like a hard timer, because you could theoretically just do like a boss timer, right, where like if they wait too long, the room gets harder and harder and harder exponentially, right? Like that's always an option, similar to how like the 30-minute cutoff in Vampire Survivors or something of the sort. Circle close. Yeah, you can make it based on hydration or something, right? Your dude's in the mines for so long, he gets dehydrated. That actually is like an unironically a decent option. Mineable rocks. Yeah, that's 100% a good option. New researched. I mean, like, you if you're gonna go thematically, like, I don't think you can go wrong on mining of things, though that does require, like, an animation, at least, and something of the sort, right? So it depends on how much energy you want to put into something like that. Figuring that all out. I think something along the lines of, like, having the... Since you're already going to be, like, dealing with... manipulating the black circle around your character, right? Since it's already going to be like a point at which you're going to be manipulating, I don't think it'd be very crazy to manipulate it in such a way that you're making it smaller, right? Because you're already messing with that code. And so then, like, as you get later into the game, the time you can spend in an area is higher. Which I don't dislike as an option. You know? I need to get a new, need to get a new playlist going. All right, I'm gonna take a pee quick, guys. I'll be back. Just gotta take a tinkle. So basically an initial timer comparable to a battery system for the light. Yeah, basically. Yeah, so you're basically your guy will come in with a, like, here's a thematic way to do it, right, for the upgrade. Your guy goes into the mine with a watering tin, right? And so he only has so much initial water at full capacity, and after he's out of water, it starts to close in on you. So like the base one is you have a minute until it starts closing or whatever, and then as you upgrade, it increases the size of the area potentially, or the length of time at which it stays large, and then you can kind of go from there, right? Gas fume be more thematic. I'm just coming up with something. I mean, it's an option, right? If you want to go like old school mining, you could do carbide lamps. And so like you have carbide that you then put into the lamp, which then in turn would fuel it. But I don't think a lot of people are going to know how that works. You could just do straight up a battery system. No, yeah. But yeah, I would say like something along the lines of you start with so much, and then as time goes, it dwindles. Thematically, how you want to make it is differing, you know, on how you want to do it. But thanks for the input, Lass. I think that's kind of one of the fun things about like doing something like that yourself is you can kind of do. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Well, I mean, like when you're in a mine, you're gonna need food and water, right? So the longer you are there, you know. So if you wanted to do something like that, dies of hydration, no, legitimately. You can argue food, water, etc. So I think those are fine things to like use as thematics. If you want to do like a light system to make it larger, you could. And like carbide lamps. So that's an old school way of doing. So this is what a carbide lamp or a acetylene gas lamp. Yeah. Widely used in mining in the early 20th century. Still employed by cavers, hunters, and cataphiles? What the fuck is that? Oh, that makes sense now. Yeah, both. I mean, yeah, both would be an option, right? So separate light, and then also have a resource that can upgrade, vice versa, would be a nice option. Give you opportunity for differentiation in play styles, right? Be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. You know what they say when duty calls. Yeah, rare resource for super upgrades, 1 per map, something of the sort, which then gives you like a time sync upgrade as well, which is not necessarily a negative when it comes to repetition of play. Gives something for the player to be looking for. I think there's a lot of options you could mess with there. I think that's kind of why things like game jams are so nice for like people who are looking to get into development, etc. Just because simply at a point, it's hard to know what you should be doing first. You know? Ooh, I should have done that. Let me see. No, for sure. But that's also the thing, though, like with game jams, right? Like you have a defined avenue at which you have to try to do something, and because of that, it allows for you to more easily, more obviously point yourself in a direction. That's why things like stand-ups, etc., or like code reviews, etc., like it sometimes it's just like a helpful to get another person's set of eyes on something. whether it be a game or just the plans for your weekend getaway. You know, like sometimes it's nice to just have the extra. Extra thoughts. It better be. No way in hell I'm buying a game if the shopkeeper ain't a waifu. Some of my Minecraft community. All good, brother. What are you currently using to, like, make your sprites, etc.? Because I've been looking at, like, I think it's like KITRA, something like that is what people have been recommending when I was looking around. Paint? Oh, okay. I mean, paint works. Let me see if I can find, let me, after this run, let me look for that info on, I think it was like Kitra. Ultra 3D realistic anime girl. Yeah, isn't that the whole point? It's because you'll buy more things if she's hot, right? That's why Red Bull uses girls to sell their products. Risk of Rain original is made with Game Maker and MS Paint. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of stuff happens a lot. It's ease of access, right? So you can do a lot of stuff with Paint. You just need to know what you're looking for and what you're trying to do. Not everybody needs a drawing tablet and a million years of experience, but it does help. The original Risk of Rain was just a side scroller, right? It's Risk of Rain 2 that's like the weird diversion. Oh, here. It's Krita. Free open source painting program. Oh, they have a Steam version? Oh. Yeah, if you want to support them, you can buy it for $10. Interesting. Sweet. So yeah, if you want to support them, $10. So with PaintNet, that is completely fine. And a lot better than MS Paint for sure. Yeah, no, it doesn't take much. Most of all, I know it. Yes, that is 100% valid. I always just point to open source software when I can, especially FOSS, free open source software, because generally at the end of the day, like the more people who are using it, my ogres are painting that too. Yeah, the ogres, man. What a time. Hi, Leia. Girl. The days of yesteryear when we had viewers, Keck. No, I just need to get back into a better schedule, and I think, you know, I'll get back into it. That being said, I am going to try and get video stuff done more, and I'm just going to kind of send it. Not open source, but it's free and ad-free. That's something. There are things out like Photopea as well, if you want like a Photoshop equivalent, if I recall correctly, but... What do you think is a good price for handmade Twitch emotes? Like if you were to commission someone to make them? It depends on the style and the quality, right? Like, I've seen people charge like hundreds of dollars for an emote, right? Because it's animated ones. Like my brutes that Llama made were 20 bucks, something like that. I paid for all of them from Llama, and that was paid for mostly by the other stuff. What's going on, Reamer? Uh-oh. Is it one of those? I have a feeling somebody wants to sell me something. Your name has arts in it, so I have to always have to assume that you're gonna be one of them bots that trying to sell me art that an AI made. I always have to assume that. Sorry. Oh, if you're a game dev, my apologies, but that's immediately what I have to think of these days, because that is so prevalent now on Twitch. If you are a game dev, my apologies. But yes, that is like one of the most frequent scams on Twitch now. That and Discord. It's very prevalent on Discord. It boggles my mind. But they have to be making money. One of the devs? Nice. I assume you are an art. On the art side of things. I mean, it's one of those things, though. I mean, hey, I gotta respect the hustle, but I got the finger on the ban trigger at all times when it comes to that stuff these days. Especially because viewer numbers are a little lower. Don't get as many mods around. But, how are you, good sir? Ah, okay. Okay. Layout of the skill trees and the head of masteries. Gotcha. What? As someone who I imagine has played a bunch of the game, what is your personal like favorite class mastery setup? Like Warlock easy? Okay. Okay. I'm excited to get my hands on Warlock. Unless you meant Acolyte, but then, even then, makes sense. I like, Warlock, Druid a lot in our game. I haven't I haven't messed with Druid much. I played a Beastmaster, but everywhere I looked always were Rune Master guides. And I'm relatively new to the game, so I was like, let's just... Oh, I missed a set item. And so I started with a Necro, and I really, really enjoy a Zoo build. But Warlock is my favorite archetype in games. That makes sense. I'm excited to mess with Warlock here as it drops in this. I'm always generally like a one of two types of player. Either I'm going to be straight in there and die right away. Something of, you know, I don't want to say paladin, but bruiser style is generally kind of what I play. Or zoophile, not zoophile, zoo build, brain work. But anyway, yeah. Generally just like a ton of spawns, spam. I've been at this point messing with. I've got a Necro to 200 and some. Corruption 250 or so, spamming volatile zombies, which is great, but introduces a lot of lag. So I'm trying to not play that. Mostly just due to the fact that, like, you know, running around with a million things exploding on screen tends to induce a little bit of lag. But yeah, I grew up playing D2 mostly, and so I always played Necro on D2. Mostly because as a little shithead kid, I didn't really understand how to build builds realistically. And so I always stuck with Necro just because you could spam so much stuff, especially in like D2. And getting back into something like last Epoch, I kind of went with Necro as the first build just because I knew it was going to be something I could at least make use of. But what's going on, Lincoln? Did you end up driving down to pick her up? Or no, you guys flew, right? You flew? I forget now. Been thinking about trying it? Well, I mean, it's 30 some days away. 30 some days away from 1.0 release, so getting close. I'm enjoying it. It's at this point though, like I'm trying to not he's only slightly biased. It's gonna be 35, I think. Same as previous. If you want to get a grip on the game, I'd buy it now. Personally. Yeah. I don't think there really is a reason to wait. Just because at the end of the day, like you now have time to like try out a class or two, get an idea of what you like, so that when you go into 1.0, if you want to play seasons or something of the sort, I think you'll have a better understanding of what you're trying to do. If I had jumped in on release and tried to jump into seasons, I would be absolutely lost, to say it otherwise. Try her D3 player. Ew. Are there going to be seasons? Yeah, called cycles, if I recall. I think is how they're going to be phrased. Look at me remembering things. But yeah. So any characters you create in early access will go into basically what is considered like the legacy server, or think of it the non-season server, is how I always kind of like looked at it. I think that's accurate, at least. I'd say this is a good in-between of PoE and D4. From what I've seen of PoE and what I've seen of D4, I still refuse to support Blizzard and buy any game by them these days. But I played D4 beta. I played a lot of D3. A lot of D2. I'd say it's a little bit less mind-numbingly complex. Like, I definitely think there is potential for you to play this game without any guides whatsoever, even as a casual player, and still make it, relatively speaking, pretty far. As long as you just do some of the basic things right of, like, at least build into a style or a setup in general. I think that kind of at least makes sense. But there are some very much trolley builds that you can do. And I think generally, like, the idea of being able to multi-spec passives outside of the one that you're straight up mastered into also does allow for some neat setups. Used to be a leaderboard pusher on D3 at least. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, I never got so far into doing, like, leaderboard pushing. I only did a couple seasons. But I played a lot of, like, casual D3. Mostly, like, I find ARPGs to be fun with friends. And that's where, like, I've always kind of sat with it. I think games like this are best when you're playing them with someone else, parties, etc. But I know that's not everyone's kind of preferred playstyle. But yeah, summoning 200 bees, a million squirrels. When we hit 20 to 30 Runes of Ascendance, I want to do. I want to be doing some stuff. You got a party? You'll be making one. Generally, party cap is 4, if I think so. If I think correctly, but generally I'm going to be playing on stream, so anybody who wants to come in is more than welcome to. Right now, the only thing I've noticed is that when you're playing NA to EU or vice versa, the game doesn't like that so much in terms of load times, etc. It seems like something's a little bit, I don't want to say scuffed, but I found that it doesn't necessarily love it. That I can keep. Throw. I'll keep that for Lightning Blast. This is an int 3 or 6, me. Yeah, that is the only thing. Stable enough on release. I'd love to play with you sometime. Feel free, man. I'll be around. Don't you worry about that. That is the only thing I've noticed that I've kind of been like, ugh, about. Is just more or less sometimes the lag. But that's also something that comes with time. If I recall, this game was designed initially as a single-player experience, and they added in multiplayer after. And quite honestly, things like netcode are a tricky bastard to get correct. So long as it's a point of understanding for a company, I always kind of give the benefit of the doubt. Correct? Yeah. So, and that's the thing. Like, it's much easier to make multiplayer when it's a primary goal and something that you structure right away. When you're doing it after the fact, it's a little bit harder to shoehorn things in without doing full rewrites and so on and so forth. So it's definitely something that I think will take time. But that's, you know, and it should be better for 1.0. Good. That's been one of my, like, my only gripes realistically with the game is, like, I've had some weird ragdoll effects and, like, yeah, some memory leaky things, but that's something that can take time to fix and isn't necessarily like a big pain point for me as a player. Yes, the non-biased guy is a dev. Yes, completely non-biased. Not sus at all. No, 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 no. Nothing to see here, chat. Nothing to see here. But no, and that's the thing. It's like I'm always fine with giving the benefit of the doubt, so long as it's something that is actively being worked towards. But yeah, I've had Muffin and one other person I want to say jump into stream. While using the movement skill, temporal shift, like I may kill decently fast. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I've heard from a lot of people that things have been, relatively speaking, pretty quick when it comes to that. Well, I mean, Lincoln, you're in here enough. If you have questions, let me know. I've got going on like 150, 200 hours now, so by ARPG terms, no time. But I still think there's a good bit I can explain at least. It's also one of those things, like if you get in the game and you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. As I kind of am trying to come up with some I'm trying to come up with some like content ideas that are you know, what people are looking for when it comes to like guide videos, etc. Mostly because it's I don't know. I have a really good time of answering the questions. I have a really hard time of like figuring out what the question is, if that kind of makes sense. But yeah, no worries, man. I understand. Moving your girlfriend cross continent and now having a roommate is a big difference. So I completely understand and no worries. I need Faye. Cool. Sounds good. Frozen, I'll catch you later. Best of luck with your indie passion project. Oh no, for sure. That is one thing I'd like to eventually get into once I've gotten a couple more hours under my belt to start like theory crafting things in a deeper way. I've already started to kind of see some of the potential, right? Even when I'm looking at things myself through like guides on like last epoch tools, etc. Frozen's using us to dev his game. Hey man, sometimes the best things is to ask for anything, right? A second opinion, whether it be super constructive or not, so long as it doesn't, you know, you don't take it to heart when someone criticizes you. Constructive criticism is super helpful. And that's always why I've always continuously said, if you guys have anything ever for my stream, etc., always feel free to shoot it, because I'm always an open book. Like, I know I'm not the best, etc., but I do my best to try to, you know, to put things in a good light, etc. But appreciate it. Is it Raymer? Theorycraft builds that just actions per minute to crash the game. I did that for a while, huh? Like Rhymer. Okay. Not be bugging you until next Wednesday. It will. No worries, Frozen. If you, it's always something I don't mind talking about. Like, because at a certain point now that I'm getting into like some passion hobby deving of mine now, it's things that I am actively thinking about, and so things I don't mind necessarily, you know, communicating on. How's the story length? So I will say this. Games for me like this are not story driven. So for the most part, I am much more of a let's get to the end game and do more of that kind of stuff. That being said, I thought the story was good. It definitely has some fleshing out, and some of the story mechanics are a little bit just a lot of fetch questing, right? Which I think is normal. You know, that was a lot of what D3 was, and even D2. Go to this place, do this thing, go back to this place, do this thing. In my opinion, it's worth playing through. But I do not believe they'll have the story finished for 1.0. I think they are at, I believe, and Reimer might be able to recall on that. They're too busy working on MTX. It'd be like that. But yeah, so I think the story was probably my first playthrough when I was kind of like not super running it. I would say like 5-10 hours is, I think, kind of a good estimate, depending on your class. Certain classes have movement abilities, which then in turn makes the tedious traversing faster, right? And that's kind of always the case. Sentinel body armor. But one thing, and I don't know if this is bound to change or not. I wonder what class it is. I have no idea. Sentinel actually has a lot of movement. There is fast traveling, but just like getting from, like in this situation, right? Like I'm going to in the Echo, which is similar to like an endgame Greater Rift, right? In like D3. Right now I'm going from my spawn point, going through enemies to get to the mini boss or whatever have you, the objective, right? I think I can clear an Echo 10 times faster than he can. Correct. Just because rogues are disgustingly fast. You can fast travel between locations once you've been there. One thing I've kind of hoped, not an LP1, but I got another wand, is that when 1.0 comes out and with seasonal characters, we can skip some of the story missions potentially. But one of the things I think they'll have they'll struggle with that is here, once I get into a safe spot here, you get passive points and idle slots. Idols are these things that give you character buffs, whether it be resistances, extra damage, skill changes, etc. Because you get idle and passive skills points for completing the campaign, I think they'll always have a little bit of a trouble with getting rid of the campaign completely. Will be interesting. I feel like we did well with story seasonal, making it so you had to complete it once, then completely skip on new characters. So right now on this, there are some skips on your secondary character, but I don't know if it's a plan to make it so that you can completely get rid of doing the story at all on a second character. Though I would say, like, once you have good traversals, like items, right? Like, so this is my stash. So like I've got good traversal items in here, like these arboreal circuit rings. I get extra movement speed from these, right? And on my base account, the new account I create, I get extra move speed guaranteed because of this, right? Things like that. You know, better stash items, etc. Make it a little quicker, easier to get through. So I go from some odd, I would say, you know, like 5 to 10 hours on campaign. And on my new characters I created, I was able to complete them in more like 2 hours. So it wasn't like too crazy. But also, like, you're leveling at that point still. And power leveling in this is not like D3, where you can't, like, just jump into a party with a dude who's level 100 and all of a sudden you'll be level 100. Which I think is kind of a good thing at a point. What level do you finish campaign at, roughly? 43 is when I completed. So on a character, echoes are level 58, correct. That's your first echo, though you can do them earlier. To get to a point at which you have every passive spot, level 100 is max. every passive unlocked and every idle slot unlocked, you only need to be like level 40 some. Like 40 to 45. Fuck you too, Lincoln. 100 in this is easily attainable. I would say like it feels a little bit like the RuneScape logarithmic scale of like 100 is harder to hit, but it's not like it's gonna take you 6 months. Like in probably about 50 hours, I was able to get my my Necro from a starting point at which I had never played the game before, had 0 items, to a full build level like 97. So it's doable, and that's not to say I was optimal. That's like they're adding more things in, like faction system, etc., which should, I imagine, increase your ability to scale, etc. And that was not optimal in terms of my echoes either. But like mid 40s is when you're at a point where you have all of your unlocks. Oh, you lose 10% if you die? Oh god, I did not know that in PoE. So like I have all my passive and idle slots unlocked by like level 40s, level 50. I think fully finishing the game, the campaign currently is like mid 50. Like early, like late 40s, early 50 level wise. And that's pretty quick to do. You can get boosted still, but there's a mechanic in the game, if I recall correctly, that you stay earning EXP at a rate that is only like +5 of your level. So if like, let's say you're level 40, you only are able to gain EXP at like level 45 at a max. But as you're going through echoes, which I will show real quick here, you can get higher EXP rates. So like right now I've got an extra 8% EXP gained. So level 45, then you'd get an 8% increase of the level 45 EXP gain versus level 40. Hey, have a good one, Lincoln. Tell Emmy I said hi. Best of luck to you guys in the continuous getting used to living with someone else. It's a weird thing, but just remember, communicate. That's literally all of it, dude. If you keep talking, you'll be fine, no matter what. So, yeah, no problem, man. All good vibes. I've been living with my now wife since we were together for a handful of years. So, you know, just talk and do the damn dishes. Do the damn dishes. Or if you're really feeling it, just buy buy paper plates. That's some 300 IQ stuff right there. Nah, you guys will be fine. I always do the dishes when I'm at her place. Got it. Someone's got to do the dishes, man. It's one of those like annoying things I forget about a lot. So I've gotten the habit of I finish food and I start doing dishes immediately. Or while I'm making food, I'll try to put things away. I only have paper at my place naturally. Yeah, when you cook, dude, that's one thing I've learned more and more. Like when you cook, etc., generally you're gonna have like the most basic stuff at your place then. Just have a full pantry of paper, just like plastic plates and cutlery. Yeah, I get it. I am getting really big into crock pot cooking again though this time of year. I just gotta remember to put the freaking chili away this time. Ugh. I'm still mad at myself that I freaking left the chili out. We have a roast in right now for barbacoa. Semi-barbacoa, semi-roast. So, You know how that goes. No, exactly. That's why like a lot of like cooks will generally eat out a lot more. That's because when you're cooking all day, you don't want to go home and cook. And I don't blame you. It was like when I was coding at work, right? Like when I was doing when I was coding after college during my internships, etc. Like that kind of stuff just takes so much out of you, and it's okay to not want to do it then when you get home. You know, what you do for work doesn't have to be your passion project, you know? I actually find that now that I'm not coding and I'm doing this kind of stuff for work, I have so much more energy to actually do like coding work. Or like house projects when it comes to like getting a NAS set up at home. Find out cooks are often happy for McDonald's. Yeah, well, because do you want to cook when you've cooked all day? No, you just get McDonald's when you're at home because you already cooked. And you're hungry. You know, I don't blame them. Food is food at a point, right? Contracted another company to do my yard. No, exactly. I don't blame you. It's the same concept, right? They also had me doing there. Well, exactly. Again, I don't blame people for not wanting to do that kind of stuff when they're off. Actually, a month today. There you go. I imagine it's like a vacation destination because they shut down for the season. But no, like honestly, one of the reasons why I love the air fryer now is that I just don't have to think about it and just go throw something in it, right? Like it's so freaking brain dead, it's beautiful. And simply insurance purposes. Yeah, exactly. No, 100%. Because if you get hurt or one of your employees get hurt doing your lawn, then it's now an insurance thing. And since you own it, you're the one that's getting sued by your own insurance company. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, Reimer. You missed some riveting conversation. No, I convinced Lincoln to buy it. No, mostly just talking about the game. Easy. I'm great at talking. I'm not so great at shutting up. And this is again, feel free to do not answer DNA. Do you know if there's going to be a change to having to complete the campaign at all when seasons come out? Like on secondary characters, for instance. Like having to complete it once, but then like secondaries, you're good to go. It's not inherently a problem to me because it's leveling stuff anyway, and it kind of keeps boosting out of the way. So I don't mind it. But I've gotten that question a couple times from people, and I was just curious. It's a restaurant on an old ship. It's somewhat a tourist site, but also have yearly customers. Okay, okay. So then because of that, it's just one of those, like, as it gets nasty on the waters, etc. Come back here, you little crab. These Ogres of Thunder are annoying, but Rima, like the ice giants, get me killed so often. Those things are annoying initially. Once you learn how they attack, the attack pattern of them, completely fine. It's kind of like Dark Souls, though, with a lot of these, like, etc., right? Like, it's once you figure out the patterns. Very hard to keep heat in the winter. I mean, that makes sense, right? When you're talking, you're on cold water. And, well, I'd imagine the area you're on is also not going to be super warm. The roaming serpent bosses move so fast. That is, yes. They like to run.
I am not a man of many words.
Secondary curious. Okay. I was just curious because of the, and that was one thing I mentioned to Lincoln was simply that, like, since the campaign, the passive slots and then also the idle slots are tied to the campaign, that it would be kind of an interesting dilemma to try to face on how you decouple that at that point, right? But I also do think it creates a nice anti-boost situation as well. Mostly because the early game for Diablo 3, for instance, which is probably like the last ARPG I played consistently, you didn't really play the game. You called up your nearest level 100, and they just get you to 100 super fast, dropping all the gear that you needed, right? Since chance to ignite on hit. We hit 100 in D3 Omega Low. Just make a new character every 15 minutes. I don't remember the actual max cap of 70 was cap. Yeah, okay. It's been forever. I knew that was what you're saying. It's been probably... It was before I started streaming LTD pretty consistently that I was playing that. Prior to graduating college in 19. So anyway, regardless. Don't be pedantic, you know what I meant. Use the giant axes and kill them all if you were good. Well, here's the thing, buddy. I'm not good. But also, like, let's be real here. If you could get boosted, everyone just got boosted instead. It was so much easier. Oh, it was so much easier. I always like to. Oh god, there was a animated like thing poking fun at the D3 leveling experience way back in the day. Oh gosh, I can't think of the name of it now. Basically, you hopped in the car. Hopped in the car with a max level, and then he drives you through the campaign as quick as possible. It was just funny. 1 to 2 rifts max, like 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, like I've gotten my using gear I had already previously gotten, which I've done for a couple of the raids now. Not the raids, the runs for the campaign. Ooh. I can get through the campaign now on this in about an hour and a half. Get to the point at like level 40 some that you have everything unlocked wise. Yeah, that's throwback memories talking about some of the gem system. That is something that unironically, like, I had fond memories of, the gem system. That being said, I do like the crafting system in this as well. I like that you can theoretically, like, take an item that was nearly perfect and try to get it there. Right? That was kind of always my qualm about, like, not being able to re-roll anything in D3. So you had to just praise to RNGesus that you'd get a good roll right away. And I do think the LP system is neat. I was very surprised the other day that I looked at the last Epoch category, because I generally like to see what the category's at as a smaller name now in a new pond. And there was a guy who was playing this and then going to D3, and I, to my knowledge, right, like my feeble brain thought, oh, D3, that game's dead as soon as, you know, new things come out. But I guess there's actually still quite a bit of player base to it. Yes, correct, Troll. The only thing that would be like potentially a slow a slowdown would be something along the lines of getting the right T6, T7, right? But even then, you could get a T5 rare basically fully capped out pretty early in a build. This is a Blizzard hating zone only, Frozen. Please and thank you. No positive Blizzard remarks here. Unless it's positively trash. The 4 LP uniques definitely take time, but getting like a double T6, T7 takes a lot of time too. Not in my Christian household. Reimer, if you're still here, this is an interesting non-life threatening question. Do you know the odds of getting a 1 LP unique from a breakable box in game? Like, is that a known? No idea? Okay. I was just curious because I one of my first, it can't be known. Ah, okay. Okay. I'll keep the secret. No, I got one out of a box in I think my first playthrough. I think it was. I just killed a random box like this and a 1 LP dropped. It was difficult to calculate as it depends on a lot of factors. I imagine level, if it's in a corruption or not, etc. And since I didn't have blessings, increased rarity, yeah, there's a lot that goes into that, correct? Let me look. I'm actually curious. Because I don't think I have... Okay, so... Oh, I didn't mean to pause, like, destroy it. Hold on. So I was 17, 19... area level 100. So I was in a... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was in a Echo on my Necro, and I don't know if I had my putts at that point. I don't think I had my putts at that point. So it would have been pretty early on. So probably like 100 corruption or so. But no, I'm curious if I could even figure that all out. No worries. I was just curious if that was like if that was something that you were aware of, rarity-wise. It made for a good little TikTok, so I mean, hey, I'll take it. Three to 4 LP don't even show on the database. Small numbers. Small. Here's a 101's chance. Interesting. But yeah, no. That was just something I had happen, what would have been pretty early on, a couple weeks ago now. And that was probably the most, like, you know, look at the game funny moment I've had. That or the putts rolls for as long as I did to try to hit one. Oh god. Cycle of Pustinance or whatever it is. To get an explosive build going took so long. So long. You know what they say though, as soon as you need it, you'll never find it. I know you got one before me. And then I hit 2 like pretty spaced out after that. The laws of I need it so I can't have it. Just kind of how it be. And I was lucky that you were able to send me one. I'm just excited for 1.0 to drop so I can start doing hardcore runs a little bit more. I might start trying to run some hardcores. What, Rune of Ascendance from a box? Nice. Hey, just because I was talking about it, there's another nice drop from it. I think that's 20 Runes of Ascendance now. That is 20 Runes of Ascendance. We've hit the threshold. I think I'll just keep grabbing them and then do like a huge opening, because why not? Oh. I'm out of mana. That's not good. Oh, and I died. I was reading chat. Why did I read chat? This is why I can't do a hardcore. I'm much too easily distracted. All right. Troll, I can see the want for that, but I could also see why that would be a bad thing too. Whoa! Okay, he was like caught on. I was caught on his foot. I was very concerned there. Oh, I'm out of mana again. I think I've got like some odd, what, 2% chance to get a 2.5% chance on a Rune of Ascendance to hit a squirrel build setup. The helmet. I can't think of the name now. But that's kind of the thing of like I have about a 1 in 50 chance, about a 1 in 45. So if I'm going to be real about it and I want to try and roll only for that, I'd have to basically go until I hit yeah, because that's kind of what I want at this point. Herald of the Scurry, I think it is. So at this point, that's kind of the goal. Rune of Ascendance, then Herald of Scurry when I get like maybe 30 to... I don't know. I'm trying to think. If I play every day for multiple hours a day... Well, hi, cons. Nice. Nice. This guy teaches children, by the way. And he just comes into chat and just says penis. I can't believe you. Oh, I can believe you, actually. Wow. Twitch brings out the worst in all of us, alright? And that's why he's VIP. No, he's VIP because he's been here long enough to accrue the points to get it. Nothing more, nothing less. I generally have only given out VIP to like a handful of people. Generally, I don't like giving it out to people. Something to the fact that like there's a lot of you guys that have been around for a long, long time. What, that? Huh? What? Huh? I'm so confused now. What's going on? Your guys' confusion is confusing me. Do I need to create a chat command that the flight is easily confused? I guess I'm the new guy. Well, let's be real here, Frozen. You weren't here for a minute, so... You know. No, I just don't give it out. You didn't play a decent game? No, you! I'm so confused. I traded some type of combo. We're talking about people having VIP. And like why people had VIP, etc. Hey, Reimer, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Are you lucky number 4,700? You might be. I actually don't know how many followers I have. Is VIP pay to win now? No. It's paid for by channel points, so not pay to win. I legitimately cannot give, I can legitimately not give people VIP or mod for money, otherwise Twitch will ban me. Tree 2024 or 2023?
You've killed them, haven't you?
That's kind of dead now though, because, well, it's past Christmas season. Like the holidays are all over. I don't think there's any holidays that still exist that are currently going on for the winter solstice. But $10 for a personal Valentine's card from Flight. The wife got a bunch of how do I put them? Like kind of like tag cards. That's what in the picture in the Discord, all of them have like a little card attached to them. That's like a tag card. So I guess I could do that. That would kind of make sense, yeah. But no, one of the viewer commands, viewer rewards, excuse me, gives you VIP. I can't tell you which one. But oh, my character model. It wasn't loading. It's a little scary there for a second. Wasn't loading in. I won't tell you they're perfect. It's a secret. You know, if you guys gave me a good chunk of change, I don't know. I would have to figure out the logistics of it. How much it would cost to send everyone a letter, right? Like a personalized Valentine's letter. Might rhyme with Macmillian. It might. I can't divulge this information. That's trade secrets.
Do not stand in my way.
I don't know. Does anybody like ship things here in the US, like cards? Like, how much would it be to ship a bunch of cards? Because, like, first things first, like, it would probably be like some cardboard and me drawing on it, because I am not about to go spend like $2 to get you guys, like, it's within the US. That is the thing though. There's quite a few of you guys that are out of the US that would want one. Like, I know Frozen would definitely buy one. I don't think there are any holidays that still exist. The war on Christmas. Basically just a postage stamp in the US? Okay. Oh, I'm out of mana. Thank you, Frozen, for clipping that. Yeah, welcome back, veterans to Twitch Guide. Man, there's so much stuff now. If you're not using Stream Elements, I'd highly recommend it at this point. Physical resistance, increased armor. I realized what I said, okay? And I was thinking how to come back from this. We're just gonna have an entire thing of flight out of context on TikTok and YouTube. Well, so the thing is Slobs generally performs worse in terms of like the ban from mod of chat for penis. Yeah, see. Generally, it's better to be using base OBS and use the Stream Elements overlay because base OBS has better support for plugins, etc. in my opinion, and quite a few of the plugins for OBS are very, very helpful nowadays. Like there's one that allows you to do multi-streaming. So I'm currently live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, all off of one OBS instance. So I don't have to have something like what is it, Restream do it for me. I can do it all myself as long as your internet's good enough. And on top of that, they have a lot of free overlays and such. Did I just get another I got another ring from a box, I think. I think so, relic. You know the name of the plugin? Here, hold on here. So there's two of them. One is called Vertical. That one allows you to, oh, what did I just do to that? Where'd it go? Hold on. Oh, I see what I did with it. There we go. So one of them, you can have like a vertical plugin that allows you to do like TikTok stuff. And because of that, that does like allow you to do more easily. Is it to stream to Insta or TikTok? This can allow you to stream to Insta and TikTok, yes. Though TikTok you need 1,000 followers. Insta, I think you can do for free. Keep that in mind. And then OBS multi RPM TMP. I think this is the one. There, that's the multi RTMP. You do need a good bit of Hey, not a problem, Frozen. When you start making money, I will require royalties for my great ideas. Hey, Gum, thanks for the follow. I'm always willing to help. Need a good bit of the royalties. The money he's making from his Vidya game that I gave him ideas for. Not you, Gum, Frozen. I need the Frozen something minor money. I can't think of the name of the game now that he's making. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, so I would recommend Stream Elements mostly because it's generally just it's simpler, easier, etc. Oh, sorry. You need a good bit of sorry. You need a good bit of internet connection because every single upload is another stream upload. So if you have a slower internet connection, then you're gonna have trouble utilizing something like RTMP. So basically, like right now, when I'm streaming to Twitch, YouTube, Kick, I'm streaming, I think it's some odd 30 to 40 megabits, megabytes, excuse me, or whatever. Let me look. I can look at my network. Oh, I'll just go task manager. Make this easy. Flight, come on. No. Yeah, so like 32 megabits per second or so. And this is just because, well, Twitch has limits on it. But if you're not aware, Twitch will be adding upload different download. In a lot of countries, it isn't. It's it's symmetrical, not asymmetrical. So then it isn't a problem. Yay, US. But yeah, so they're going to be changing some stuff on Twitch's backend to allow you to do higher higher uploads, a bit rate, etc. And because of that, you'll potentially need even more. But that being said, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah, and NVEC is what I'm using. Generally, that's kind of the go-to. I will say with Stream Elements, I'll show you guys this. They have where is it? Where is it? Or is it? Oh, auto configuration wizard now. Just run the auto configuration wizard generally and just run that. If you don't know what you're doing, just run that and be good. With the new versions of OBS that Twitch has kind of combined with, there's going to be a auto configuration for Twitch in terms of like what your bit rates should be, etc. for like 1080p, 1440p, 4K, and they're going to be increasing those as well going forward. At least that's the plan, and we'll kind of see what happens with it. And it allows for you to do transcoding on your machine rather than on the cloud, which makes it a lot cheaper for them to do it, which is kind of the thing we've been waiting for. I'm just adding a marker on my stream. Sorry, guys. Trying to like make a mental note to like put this on whatever it may be, TikTok or something of the sort. Just to have some like extra content available. Talking about this kind of stuff is always nice. But then, but yeah, I always just recommend Stream Elements these days, or just base OBS at this point. Twitch now has integrations. Streamer mode. Just enable streamer mode if you're ever worried about it. Is it laggy for you? For me? Shouldn't be. Outside of the normal game lag, that is. Generally, the biggest thing is capping your FPS. No, it's fine. All right, there you go. I'm using Stream Elements and just base OBS. OBS 30 also changed a lot. 900 3080 Ti and 64 gigs of RAM. Yeah, I'm running a 5800X and a 3080 Ti as well. So, and I have no problems. I will say the game, I do have, should I cap LE at 60? Generally, if you're doing something like, and this is the way I look at it, right? So you're doing something like streaming, and you're utilizing your
of many pockets.
and you're utilizing your GPU to do a lot of the heavy lifting, right? Putting more load on your GPU doesn't necessarily hurt you, because I believe it uses CUDA cores to do the NVEC, which generally isn't used in just normal gameplay. But that being said, it could lower your performance, right? So I personally am more on the better safe than sorry train when it comes to stuff like this. Just because, like, at the end of the day, you'd rather not have any lag, etc. Is this better or worse? This is better slightly, I think. Freeze rate multiplier. But, yeah, generally these days, man, it's just run it. If you ever have questions, always feel free to ask. The only thing I ever ask is just don't advertise here. You know, like, the whatevers. What if butts were horizontal and not vertical? It makes sitting on certain objects a little awkward, I think. Like, because technically, like right now when you sit on something, both cheeks are holding you in place. But if you sat on something like, you'd have the problem of your cheeks spreading all the time, you know? Were that way? No. Yes and no. Like if I go sit on like a cylinder, right? A tree, like a fallen down tree in the woods. Both cheeks help keep me in place, right? But if I sit on you know, like riding like a seesaw, right? My cheeks are gonna spread. So the important thing there is that my cheeks are held. You know? The important question, right? Then there's the logistical problems of like your gluteus maximus, you know, helping you walk. So I'd be like very confused how the heck that would work, you know? If your butt was sideways, like how would that connect then? You know? So in my opinion, Gum, and this is generally the way I view a lot of these things. I would rather things not be added to the software as bloat if they're not needed and can be easily added if wanted. So I'm using NVIDIA background removal. Currently for mine. You just add it as a source. That's really all. But like things being added, and here I can, for the sake of being added, I don't necessarily like. You're calling dummy, you. But yeah. Found it as filter in OBS settings. Oh, it is actually, okay. It is actually just a base default thing. Good to know. It's one of those things, I've always done the virtual cam just because then I can do multiple spots. Ah, okay, cool. The other thing is too, is like, sometimes if there's a beta portion of it, like the grain removal, I had that active for a moment. Things like that. I just like to have it more modular. That's my thing. Personal preference. If you need help setting up your microphone filter stuff, I'd recommend Replugs. I want to say Senpai Gaming has a video on it. Harris Heller, I think his name is. He had a pretty good video. When you get old, you have to describe how you look to me. I'll always be 6'6" and 250 and can bench my own, like double my body weight, all right? Using a SM7B. Okay, cool. I'll always be, you know, that big. Because if we're playing like the internet game, right? You know, I'm always an inch taller on the internet. I can always bench just a little bit more. Dude, there's so many people that have made that joke. I think Bo Burnham has a comedy skit where he talks about it. Like, you're always more attractive when you're online. But yeah, if you don't have any like sound signature stuff set up, Triple D's with no back problems, only on the internet, correct? It's Harris Heller, I think it is. Here, hold on. It's Harris Heller is the vertical plugin guy as well, by the way. He teamed up with a company to do it. So if you type in Harris Heller vertical plugin, that's the one you should download for the vertical streaming for like TikTok, etc. Enjoy food. Here we go. I'll find the video real quick. I'll get it real quick. All right, here we go. Hold on. He's wrong. Follow a guide. Oh God. Hold on. That's what was it? Here, this is the video. How to make any mic sound like a studio mic. It's literally it was literally the one I looked at for how to get the Wave 3 set up and kind of rolling. Yeah, no problem. I should make a video about like new streamer stuff and just like literally link all this shit. Unironically. Or just in my Discord at least. But now one other thing too. So built into the default Twitch notification like alert bar, you can now actually import OBS like Streamlabs and all that kind of stuff notifications directly into that. So that's also a thing now I would implore you to look at. I haven't done it personally just because I haven't really had to. But if you're setting things up, it's not a bad idea. Then you don't have to worry about, like, even if you don't have slobs in Stream Elements live installed, all your stuff will still show up. I think there are other bonuses to having Stream Elements added, but like that's another thing that they've added recently to Twitch. Twitch has made some some strides to be better, and I'm happy about it because there was a while there where I was looking at going to another platform, but I knew that would be career suicide at this point. Excuse me, career sewer slides. And so that was a big portion of why I didn't. Yeah, no problem. Tell your friends, come back. Get them to subscribe, get them to follow. I don't care. That's all I ever ask. I've had a pretty rocky week, so I appreciate the kind words. I enjoy helping people. What's going on, Yas? Yes, I do remember. What's going on, brother? Wales does accounting stuff for pensions or something or another. Donated $10. Minamo is fine? No, it's going to be Yas now. One thing that I will always do is mess people's names up. So never take it too literally. I always do my best, but I got really into the habit of just screwing people's names up because the previous game I streamed was mostly European audience. And so I'd have people come in here with like some like niche reference to some Polish folklore that I have never once in my life heard. And they'd have a Latinized, Englishized version of it. I just... Gotcha. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Man, it's too easy to like to have the same username as people. Cause I used to just go by flight or like flight with a bunch of numbers, and so I just finally said flight_TV because it was relatively untaken. And so like I was able to just run it down with it. Cause yeah, it happens a lot. Hey, thank you for the tree. Appreciate it, brother. Love Lily Rose. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know who Lily Rose is. But Lily is really easy to remember. Hey, all good, brother. Thanks for the biddy, the coinage, we should say, right? Because it's not biddies, it's coinage. No, I appreciate it. This coming week is gonna be really getting back down to getting on a good schedule again. Gonna start fresh at 1-0. Yeah. I'm gonna do a seasonal account or a cycle account. Like 9 out of 10 people are playing Warlock, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to not want to play Warlock. I'm gonna be honest, because Warlocks are generally like the go-to. Necro Warlock, like Dark Mage stuff, is kind of my go-to. You don't know me, huh? Lily, I'm sorry. But I do not know... I don't know if your name is Lily, but I've seen other people with, like, with Lily Rose before. So, like, it's really tough. Playing Necro again if I'm feeling lazy, that's generally the good go-to. When in doubt, play the build that you're comfy with. So we'll see. I might do like a, you know, I might try to play Necro and play I might try to play Warlock and do a hardcore. I might try and like... My name is Lillian. It's just a play on words, lovely rose. Oh, okay. So it's lovely rose. Yeah. Love illy rose. Had the name first, she stole it. It's okay, you're old. I don't think you'll get very far, but you could. Sadly, names aren't really copyrightable. Well, I shouldn't say sadly. Probably a good thing. I would lose and have to change my name. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Okay, so that is actually like a really old trope now. The thing was, McDonald's used to have their coffee at like almost 150 degrees coming into the cup. So like it was legitimately too hot for human consumption, let alone to be in a cup. And so she only ever sued for her medical expenses, not anything else. And so it was literally just a smear campaign that McDonald's did, and it worked, which is sad. But yeah, they had their coffee like set to like 150 degrees, and I don't know if it was Fahrenheit or Celsius. I know it was it was well beyond boiling temp. To be like coming out like that was not okay. A little bit at the top because people don't want to feel shorted. Valid. After that was after that lawsuit, things changed a lot. But it used to be that freshness was based on how hot it was in the United States. Like coffee in general, like how fresh it was based on how warm it was. So McDonald's just basically cranked the temperature up because then people perceived it to be fresh, and in turn nearly scolded a woman for life. They tripped over the doorstep and didn't want the hassle. Yeah, it happens. Like, it's not worth the time sometimes to fight it, right? There's frivolous lawsuits, and then there's ones that the company has painted in a different light to sound frivolous when it was a real thing, you know? And that's, I mean, that's McDonald's in a nutshell, though. It's healthy, we swear. Titanheart, nice. Already have like 3 of those. I better be careful. I'm playing with McDonald's money now. Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, and that's generally a thing. Like, it is genuinely a thing. But at a certain point, there are just lawsuits and there are frivolous ones, and generally the case of the matter is like, if you are inadvertently harming people, it's very obviously you're gonna lose, right? But the biggest thing, like here in the States, is that like the court system can be weaponized against you because the way it kind of works is that you're not guaranteed to get any of the money back, you know, compensation back from the lawsuit, right? So big companies will basically just sue you because you can't really stop them too. It happens a lot with like smaller businesses getting screwed by, you know, corporations that want their patent, etc. Oh no, yeah, no. America's very much sue happy. Everyone smokes weed because it's legal. Oh, don't worry, that's now becoming a thing too here in the States, because certain states have it legal. So if you live in those states, you're just a godless pot smoking hippie or something, you know. Germans being overly analytical. I mean, you can always, there's always tropes. French people and, well, being French. No, exactly. Exactly. What you do in your own home, so long as it isn't hurting anybody else or yourself. Like, hurting anybody else is fine. To me. There's obviously limits to that. Should not be constructing nuclear bombs in your backyard. But, see down below. It's a good song. I haven't found radium on eBay yet. If you come to the States, they have old deposits of it all over the place from back when they didn't care. Oh, God. Leave businesses, so there's less room for other businesses. Is that negative? Huh? I mean, at the end of the day, like, if they're not making money, they will eventually go out of business, right? But if there is a market demand for a product, that's generally what will happen, you know? There's so much demand for it that every corner shop is a weed store. Well, that's just the thing. Like, there's a demand then, so therefore, it'll continuously keep, you know, growing in that regard. Pun intended. Certain states do allow like tobacco shops, etc. To sell marijuana-based products. The reason why I never see something like the vending machines happening is simply because there's too much potential for theft. And it would be such a high target for theft then. Japan vending machines every 5 meters. Oh God, yeah, that's everywhere there. Thankfully, the more nefarious types of Japanese vending machines are going away. Favorite memories: beer vending machine in a bar. That's interesting. That's very interesting. You know, I'd actually argue that's probably due to the fact that don't have to tip the vending machine. Valid. A lot of, like, I'd imagine it's so much to do with the fact though that like, depending on where in Japan, there's a lot of tourists, and tourism is such a strong economy booster for them. So I'd imagine that it's due to the fact that like not everyone's going to be able to speak Japanese, etc. I could see that being a legitimate reason for it. Vending machine arcade in UK. That kind of stuff definitely exists here in the States. The hard part is like that market has kind of just doesn't exist anymore here. Like, because so many people can just like play a game on their computer now or their phone or whatever. But yes, on top of that, repairs for that kind of stuff, especially older machines, is super expensive if you don't have a guy on staff to do it. There is an arcade bar. There is an arcade bar here in the Minneapolis, St. Paul, Twin Cities. Can Wonderland. Yeah, so Can Wonderland's mini golf and arcade bar. It's pretty cool. I don't drink, so like I've never really gone there. But it's like there's one of them, so there's a limit on what you're able to do. You know, how many you can really have in an area, and it's also one of those things that they renovated an old factory building to do it, so it was one of those like. There was a large open space, and well, what do you do with that space if you want to make it into a bar? Well, they do like live bands and such, but then also like live local bands, and then they also do like the arcades and stuff. They have food there, etc. too. But it's a neat place. I went there once, but my brother goes up there occasionally with his friends that want to drink, etc. I'd say like bowling is still like probably a more prevalent thing. Large open space rented out for private parties. Yeah, that's a thing I think there as well. Oh, the sound of when that thing like starts to like crack. It's it's skin crawling sounds. I suck at bowling. Come home next day with less nails. Oh, don't worry, buddy. I can't bowl really. I got a bad shoulder, so and it'd be on my dominant shoulder side. So bowling is a thing. It's hard for me. Table tennis, ping pong. My man's a ping pong connoisseur, huh? I like bowling, but my shoulder hurt. Yeah, there's a lot of shoulder muscles you're using when in something like bowling. Also, keyboard is bad for shoulders. Nah, if you sit correctly, it isn't bad, but I know you can't see, so you have to sit funky. What you really need, Lily, is to just get a monitor arm. I'm sitting mostly correctly right now. The only thing that's incorrect about my sitting posture right now is that I'm bouncing my legs. That's the thing though. Wrist hurts after a long gaming session. This game in particular actually gets me a lot because I'm moving around. Moving around my wrist so much to like click on things quickly. That's one thing I've learned. My shoulder dislocated really bad as a teen. Fun. But you just really need to get a monitor arm, Lily. Here, so like, I will describe to you what you got to do. All right, I got you. I got the perfect setup idea for you, alright? Okay, I need to pay attention. Oof. Yeah, so you stretch the ligaments long term. That's kind of what my shoulder is like. Because it's swimmer shoulder, it's basically just stretch ligaments, which can't really be repaired. Fun fact. Or like they can, but it really isn't doable. Exactly. Every sprained ankle makes it easier. I learned that really hard as a kid. All right, Lily, are you ready for my amazing paint skills? All right, so how do I make the background of this black to start? Is that a thing? Does anybody know if you can do that in paint? Let's do this. All right, so Lily, here's your table. Right? Your table's here. I'm trying to do this easily, okay? I'm not going to whip out GIMP just to do a 5-second drawing, all right? So normally your computer monitor is going to be like back here, right? And then you got your keyboard and then sitting like this. Your legs are shorter than your arms, okay? And so what you need to do is just scoot your desk forward, right? And then you get a monitor arm, right? So like an arm that comes up as a pivot point, and you can put your monitor like right here. Okay, so then it's closer. So you're not doing. It looks like a okay. Do you do commissions on an artist? Yes. Because right now you're doing this, aren't you? Curve screen is what you want. That could be a thing too. But yeah, anyway. Because if you're saying you lean forward a lot, then you got to put your monitor closer to you. Right? Because that's how you get the S back. But I just think you should get a monitor arm that moves it forward. Okay? Because if you have a monitor arm that moves your monitor forward, you'll have less problems with it all. I'm not going to save that masterpiece. I'm sorry if you're interested in it. You can copy it from the stream. That's similar to how I have a mic arm. And you can move it when you need to. Because I know you used to be blind. Sure. I'm on my Rune Master, who's only like level 70, so I've only seen LP2 on for anything recently. Quite a few LP2s, but no LP3s or 4. Couldn't get into Rune Master. This is the everything goes build. It's pretty easy, to be honest. But I understand the qualm. And that could work, I guess. a lightning sword or necro next one. I could see that being good. I mean, the one I've got right now is basically just a freaking rune bolt cannon. And then I travel around and explode things with glacier occasionally. The idea is that I'm just using a bunch of the different, like, runic invocations all the time. And then I use, I'm just getting stunned. And then I use, Mad Alchemist Ladle to proc more frequently. To use the attack speed to proc Mad Alchemist Ladle more frequently. Which then in turn does more damage and so on and so forth. So I'm basically just like a DOT monster from the Mad Alchemist. I guess it's technically not DOT so much as it is I'm ramping my damage over time, not using a damage over time effect. But the same premise exists either way. But then I saw the dust and deleted it. Lily, you don't want to see the dust behind my computer monitors, okay? You don't want to see the dust behind. I have like a layer of dust behind my monitors. Because I've had this set up for like over a year. And it's quite hard to get behind it. So don't worry. I won't judge you for dust. Or cable management. Because my cable management ain't great either. Because I move my stuff around so often. I haven't like actually taken the time to do it. A thick coat of dust. It's enough dust to potentially make a hat, okay? If we compacted it and like got it all down nice and flat and, you know, compressed it, we could make a hat. Okay? To be honest, screeners are pricey here. Well, it's just like the... It's a gaming space. I'm messy. I'm loud, obnoxious, whatever. So like things are always constantly being kind of strewn about. Like I've got a couple old cans down here, you know, and things just kind of around. We actually do have one of my wife's coworkers' moms coming over to do cleaning. She does cleaning for a real estate agency or something of the sort. I forget how that how she does it, but she just does it on the side. But she said she'd do it, and it's not too expensive. Not cheap, but it's going to suboptimal. Man of the people, of course. I ain't gonna try to lie and say I got some spick and span setup. I'm a human. I have monster cans laying around. I at one time had a monster wall. That might still be in the Discord. Yeah, like a wall full of monster cans. I do a little bit of both. I cook. I do some cooking. I do some cleaning. It's kind of a shared thing for us. But we're also not the most like everything has to be spick and span people. Like I think if you always have a clean house, you truly never live. Because like I've got 2 dogs, man. There's always going to be something. Okay, so now cons, that's a problem. Oh yeah, no. I'm just thinking like I'm saying like if the counters have to be constantly wiped and scrubbed, if everything has to be spick and span at all times, that's not cleanliness, that's OCD. My wife rage cleans when she's stressed. I sometimes do the same. Saying I grew up in an OCD family? Probably. Especially when people have kids, man. Like, ever expecting a house to be clean is... They made me vacuum every day? I would go blind too if I had to deal with that. At least I could get an excuse to stop vacuuming. God damn. I mean, to be honest, my mom was like that for a while. She thankfully kind of grew out of it a little bit, but... as we got like to the age where like I remembered at least like we made messes. We were two boys, dude. Like we made messes. She eventually got better about it, but they claim I didn't do a good job, but I tried so hard. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm sorry. That's never fun. Oh, they wanted the lines to be... Oh, God. That is the worst type of vacuuming. Where everything had to be vacuumed in straight lines. Oh, God. That's like my neighbor, man. Like, I am not someone who cares about my yard nearly as much as some people did. Right? As some people do. My neighbor goes out there and mows, like, so that each individual, like, section is mowed opposite directions so that you have, like, that pattern. People from the US will know what I'm talking about. Like, golf courses do it. And, do the grid and everything, then you'd look around for stuff you missed. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, vacuums always miss something. There's no perfect vacuum. There's no perfect lawnmower either. Get a Roomba, blame that. Valid. Yell at the machine. The machine will someday come back and kill you. I tried, but my dog kept attacking it. Also, Roombas really didn't exist when you were a kid. Yeah, I've heard of that, like where dogs and cats will attack the Roombas. No, Lily, I'm sorry, you're too... Like, Roombas weren't a thing until I was... Oh, God, probably almost finished with high school. And you're a couple years older than me. I think. Was invented in 2002? Really? No, they had to be like insane and expensive in 02. Because there ain't no way, because like Roombas did not become widely used until like... Let me look this up. Yeah, I was about to say, like, they sold a couple million units in the first couple of years. Wow, no, it was $200. Market crash was in 08. Or there could have been one in the there was probably one from the turn of the century as well. I remember that was a thing. People freaked out about Y2K. Yeah, no, exactly. Like it just kind of, the original models would just like randomly go around. The newer ones actually like will make a 3D map of it. 3D map of your room, etc. And so then like it has better stare detection and all that kind of stuff, but it's still not perfect, you guys. They're not that great. But yeah, then like if you ever have rooms with like a relatively large door jamb, you talking about iRobot? The Will Smith movie? I have to joke because that's like the only thing I can think of. So yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you can make a lot of sci-fi horror films about that stuff. But, I mean, they've been making them all the way since, again, iRobot. And that was back when we barely had computers that could do half of the stuff they thought. That as a job also just like isn't really a thing as much as it used to be, right? Like there are certain industries that kind of don't really exist anymore just due to people, well, changing, times change, right? Nowadays here in the States, like, yeah, sure, there are some like agencies that will do it, but generally you just like your aunt who really loves cleaning shit will come over and do it for you. You know, like it's not the same as it was back in the day. It's not the same. My dishwasher left me. Oh no. Oof. Careful, Lil, you don't want to end up in jail again. Hate winter? It's not too bad. It could be worse. It's currently 7 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. With a nightly low in the negatives. Yes, Mom, I have. Yeah. I mean, your mom made you do the vacuuming every day. That sounds like you had an interesting childhood, to say the least. Yeah. Let's not get into that topic. There's certain times it's better to not have, you know, like I hate to say it like that, but there's certain people it's better to not have them around. As shitty as it is. Emotional damage. That's just, yeah, that's a can of worms. That's a tough one. But I will say, whenever chat asks me where I am, I'm generally getting milk or cigarettes, so. All right, sweet. We're making waves. Everything in life is a learning experience. My therapist once said that some of the best people she's ever met came from some of the worst situations, you know? So you learn based on those bad situations. I got 2 teacup Yorkies. Which I thought was a good quote by her to say that, you know? It was mostly trying to get me to feel better about myself, right? Oh yeah, no. It's definitely becoming better here in the States. Mostly because the younger generations are finally, like, starting to push that. Yes, the sausage dogs. Yes, yes, yes. My neighbor when I was a kid had a Dachshund. They had a Dachshund crossing sign. It was cute. Still don't know how those things walk, man. Both of them are fixed, Scons. Rockety bolts off. Those little ass legs and he can still run fast. I don't get it. -7 months, so not fixed. There you go. Yeah, ours are well into the age that they are fixed. Oof. Another anguish. Use spirals for dogs that reduce testosterone. If that's not going to work, yeah, there's that option. Yeah. Yeah, no. That's a pretty normal thing for young pups to like get in their humpy phases. That's just kind of the way it works. But you had to wait till 18 months. Yeah, that's how our pups were. You had to wait till quite a lot far along. Generally, it's small breeds because small breeds, like, you need to ensure that they're developed enough to do that. But there are certain breeds that just in general require longer due to physiological changes as they age. No, there's most mixed breeds of dogs can have chillin'. There's some that can't do the logistical problems of it. But I don't think there's any dog breeds that are inherently sterile. Maybe there. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. I read a period. Are you sure it wasn't fixed already? Some places, and depending on the breed, they'll fix them really young so that you can't have puppies. Could have just a disease. Yeah, exactly. Because I don't think there's any breeds of dogs, and again, I could be incorrect about this, but I don't think there are any breeds of dogs that are sterile. I mean, for what it's worth, I might not be able to have kids, so it's not the end of the world in that regard. But yeah, no, like a dog can definitely, like, some varieties and some breeders, etc., will get them neutered or spayed much younger.
Who are you?
And I believe you can spay a dog much younger than you can neuter in most breeds, if I recall correctly. Because I want to say Leia we had neutered 6 months? Oh yeah, no, there is some really cursed dog breeds. There's a lot of dog breeds that have to be like artificially inseminated because of like The fact that, like, how are you gonna breed a German Shepherd with a Chihuahua? That don't work. It's one of those, we'll cross that bridge when we get there type deal. You know, but, yeah, like, so generally, like, in situations like that, you have to... Oh, a Shih Tzu and a Pit Bull? We always used to say bullshit. That causes them ear infections? Yes, that kind of stuff happens. Actually, quite a lot. It's a big thing here in the States with German Shepherds. That because it's a pedigree thing, that they have like really nasty back hips. And so like inherently people do nasty ass shit to dog breeds. I mean, pugs are literally incapable of breathing correctly because of the way they've been like bred to have their nose, etc. So like, yeah, there's some pretty gnarly problems. English bulldogs can't breed on their own. They need help. Yes. Yes. That is a thing. There's quite a few breeds that are like that. Where like we've... Imagine that is your job. Probably make good money. And ironically, breeders make stupid money. Here in the States, at least. I don't know how it is in Europe. In terms of like... in terms of all that kind of jazz, but no, it's just one of the sad facts of what people will do for like show animals. My biggest thing is like I generally try to not buy from breeders that do things, well, very inhumanely. And it's, or puppy mills, you know, that kind of thing. It's just one of those things of like, oh yeah, no. Like, it's a big thing for like puppy mill dogs or dogs that have a lot of siblings around them. Will get a ton of, how should I say this? Is this a scam? It might be. You know, if it's for you, it probably is. But, oh look, hold on. Mid-fight. But I was going to say, like, puppy mill dogs generally are really aggressive about food. And can be sometimes detrimental to, like, your other dogs, etc. because they can be overly aggressive about food. Even look? I said, give me a second. I'm mid echo. I'll look. Yes, that's a scam. Yes. 100%. Why would someone just randomly offer to buy you a coffee? After, what's the scam though? So they're gonna try to harvest your kidneys. They send money and refund it? Probably. It just like, that just doesn't make sense. Like, why would they? What? I just don't see the point. Like, what? People get the wrong number all the time. Why would they like want to buy you a coffee for that? If you want to play along with it, go for it, but don't send them any money. And don't send them any information. Generally, the rule of thumb is if it looks too good to be true, it is. When it comes to anything financial. If somebody's offering you a return of, you know, 75% on your investment, know it's 99% of the time going to be a massive ass scam. Depends, but by strangers, yes, always. There is the 1% of times when Bill Gates offers you $1 million for free. But let's be real, that's not going to happen very often, okay? That's where the 1% is. Or the 0.1%. Sure, but but again, that's the 0.1%, and that's not just doubling your money, right? This isn't like some RuneScape double your money scam when your in-laws die or need to get rid of some change. You know, like that's a little different. Because to me, this seems like that's generally what it is. Like it's the age-old RuneScape double your money scams. Been here twice, may as well sub. Appreciate it. When I finally figure my emote situation out again, I have some funds on Fiverr that I need to utilize, so I'll probably be doing that eventually. Keep sitting here. I am. It's here. I'm at 12:30. Yep. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. There we go. And it doesn't really matter. Nah, I feel that. It's hard to get to bed sometimes. I've been trying really hard to you bother with side quests or rush Shimano's? I only ever bother getting 15 and 8. Once I have these, I don't care. You know, like once I have 15 and 8, I don't care anymore. My first run, I definitely cared and I did all of them. Yeah. Life pro tip, put all your money on credit cards, then mysteriously vanish to Guatemala. Wait, sorry. Did I say life pro tip? Fucking cons, man. Oh. Oh, I'm tired. I might making the first million is the hardest to start with the second one. Exactly. I might call her here today. And try to get some editing and kind of guide video stuff done. I've been meaning to. And it's 6 hours in, so I'm just thinking like now is a good time to try to get that done. And we've been a little slow today. What cons, huh? What? What do you got? Play the new game? You didn't send me it. I told you I was only gonna play that if you sent me it. The Last Flame. I looked at it. I don't know. It looks to me like it has really good UI design, like really good design, and a lot of effort's been put into the design of it. But like, I don't know how much more or less I will like it over what was it? Hayden Tactics, which I need to install again. Like Hayden Tactics to me is not that dissimilar in design. I would argue much prettier looking game, or at least looks prettier from what I've seen with The Last Flame. But Hayden, in my opinion, has really good. They're both card based, I think, to an extent. Yeah. I'll download the Last Flame prologue again. Like PvE. Okay. I'll download the prologue again. I don't know. Stream prologue? No, probably not tonight. I gotta get some shit done. I do gotta get some shit done. Because I wanted to try to get some editing in tonight. At least start again. I'm trying to like manage my time better to do like a couple hours in stream and then a couple hours of editing and stuff like that. And then on top of that, I want to continue to mess with the Godot game stuff. Mess about with that. So so yeah, that's kind of that. So that's kind of my thought process. I want to try to structure my day in a better way. And if we have like a really popping day where I've got a bunch of people in chat and things are going really well, I will expand on it. And I will continue to, do streams that day then. And I think we got some good clips today. I think we got some good interactions I can make into TikToks and things like that. And so that's kind of my kind of thought process. I want to continue to go forward with this. I want to continue to work on that, and continue to climb and grind. So, that's kind of where I'm at with it all. So yeah. That's kind of that. So much love. Thanks everybody hanging out. I know we had a little bit of a slower day. Tomorrow, noon. I'm gonna try to get on by like 11 to noon every day now this week, so that I have good time to get some stuff done before wife gets home and so on and so forth. So thanks guys for hanging. Much love to those of you who stuck around. Cons, thanks for ending it off with me. Have a good rest of your night, Lily. Best of luck with the replaying of Ragnarok Online, I think it was. I'm trying to remember what you were playing. So much love, guys. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.